There we go. I always forget to switch back from my VR mic to my Blue Yeti mic. But yes, like I said, I'll start over. Hang on, I'm gonna start over again. Can I get a boom? All right. Hey everybody, welcome to the Lore Cave. It's your boy, the Lore Dragon. Today we are working on Thunder Tome again, this year's first giveaway winner. Thunder Tome entered in the giveaway earlier. Was it earlier this month? Yeah, and he won. So now we are going to go ahead and finish them up. He's got one round of revisions that we're gonna kind of go over really quickly, and yeah, we'll probably get him to hit those revisions done fairly fast. His model's not too complicated, so we're gonna get that taken care of, and then as soon as those revisions are done, I'm probably gonna get started to work on Lore Dragon 4.0. I want to try to get at least a roadmap set for how Lore Dragon 4.0 is going to be rigged. It's going to be something completely different than what I have right now, and it could very well be it could very well have hand tracking. The way that I see it, it could have not hand tracking. Even as a quadruped dragon, it could have the ability to at least, if not that, then it could have the ability to at least have wing tracking via hand tracking, if that makes sense. Hey Teal, how's it going? Hey Fury. Yeah, yesterday we just did, don't worry, we just did like a VR stream yesterday, testing out the Cyber Samurai, so nothing too crazy. But today we're just gonna get to work on Thunder Tome, and then hopefully, if I'm still feeling up to it. I'm feeling pretty tired today. I didn't really sleep very well last night, but hopefully we can get some work done on Lore Dragon 4.0. I want to have that model out soon. I want to quit looking. I want to at least pretend like my model's the most advanced model I ever made. The front paws would make sense. Well, if it's possible. It might not be possible, but it could be possible to have hand tracking for the wings and have the front paws set to have foot tracking. Basically, if like you have tracking on your feet, then you can use your feet to mess with those. Maybe. I like your current model. Well, it's still going to look the same. It's just that the rigging is going to be completely different. Like, for the most part, it's going to look the same. Same colors, same shapes, just some maybe changes to the shader. I'll show you guys what I have so far. You'll see. I don't mind the design of my model. I love my design. It's just the he doesn't move as good as some of the models I've made recently. Yeah, more of a functionality upgrade for sure. For sure. Let's see, Lore Dragon 4.0, there we go. All right, I'll give you guys a quick look at this handsome devil. This is what we have so far. I'm also gonna make him look more anime, because like the realistic look is kind of neat, but I kind of want to do more anime. I want to look more anime. So that's why I've given him a more anime style eyeball. So it's like, cause the model I'm currently using has this actual eyeball with you know, fully 3D blinking and whatnot. This one has an anime eye socket, and oh yeah, I was already doing his shape keys and stuff. I'm a little bit further along than I thought. Oh, Flippy, hello. He can't stop, dude. Like, he's just been going nuts all morning, just begging me for attention. And what he'll do is, like, he'll knock my mouse over. He'll slobber all over my keyboard trying to get my attention. And I'm just like, dude, stop. It doesn't matter how much attention I give him. The more I give, the more he wants. It's like a fucking puppy, dude. Oh, yeah, that's a new fact you gotta learn about Lore Dragons that may make you guys all unfollow me, is that we are not dog people. We are cat people. We eat dogs. Yeah, it's true. Let's see. I thought I had the eye blink already in here. Wah. Where's the eye blink? I literally just saw it. Yeah, Flippy is greedy. But yeah, this is kind of what we're doing. I don't know why his eye looks all like that. It shouldn't his eyes should not be black. But yeah, this is kind of what we're working on thus far. I'm still kind of debating whether I want to give him like scales or if I just want him to have like just the colors with just some light painting on him. I like his horns though. He's gonna be nice. I can't wait to have him done. And then the rigging itself is gonna be where the real magic happens. Because now that I have all these new tricks, I can actually give him proxy bones that will allow me to do all kinds of crazy stuff. And then the animations as well. I think I got those figured out. But this is not what we're doing first. We're gonna work on Thunder Tome first. How about doing the light reaction? As cool as that is, I think I'll probably leave it to... Because like the scales, I'm not going to have like 3D scales. I'm going to have them just be painted on. Kind of like what I have now, but instead of giving it the look like it's like the scales are coming off of me, they'll just be flat and cell shaded like an anime character. And that's the thing, is like there's not that many like examples of dragons in anime that have scales. Most of the dragons that I see in anime either have plating, like they have plates, but they don't have scales. And if they do have scales, they're painted on like Hacha, where they're like, here and there's like maybe a couple of little bumps that signify that the whole body's covered in scales. But I just don't see that many dragons in anime that have like full bodies of scales. But that's just me. I don't know. Hey Luna, how's it going? In manga? Well, you might be right, actually. Maybe I should be looking, instead of Googling anime dragons, I should be Googling dragons in manga. That might be more useful. Alright, let me see. He gave me a list. A list of things that we need to change. Yeah, Luda. You've chatted more in the last 2 seconds than you have in the last month. But it's okay, we love you anyways. Get to writing. Rage of Bahamut. You know, that was like one of my favorite... That is, still to this day, one of my favorite animes of all time. I forgot if Bahamut was like... really platey, because like I tried to do from my Lord Dragon 3.0 a very platey looking Lord Dragon, and though it looked cool, I could not get it to look good rigged. Like when it moved around, the second that it started moving, it did not look good. It looked like I'm trying to think of a way to explain it. It looked like a centipede, I guess. I prefer Virgin Souls. I actually never watched Virgin Souls. I've I don't know. I've just never got around to it. I need to. I want to. I know people make fun of it a lot. I don't know why, but maybe if I watch it, I'll either know why or I won't care. So I'll just give it a shot. Let's see. Where's this list? All right. So first thing we need to fix. The neck is a little too long. Yes, I agree. The neck is definitely too long. I think what I was really preoccupied with trying to fit that scarf on there, that it actually came out way too long. Like if I hide the scarf, his neck is like his neck is huge. But I didn't realize that because like the scarf was always covering it. So we're gonna let's do that first. Let's get that neck. Let's bring that neck down. The main cast from the first season is just support. I don't think that's a bad thing. Sometimes that can be really good. Because usually, like, I don't like stories that drag on for too long. You know, I like it when, you know, characters get to retire, for lack of a better word. They just get that option. Alright, so we're gonna bring that neck way down. He said he wanted his neck to kind of hide in his scarf a little bit, or like his his little chin to hide in the scarf. Exactly, like you get a chance to... It's kind of hard to write characters in multiple stories anyway, especially ones that are entire seasons long. Because like once they've gone through one arc already, one story arc already, it can be really difficult to give them a new arc that also complements the first one, rather than just... Because some people, they'll just rehash the arc of the first movie or the first story all over again. But yeah. His little chinny chin chin. Alright. I think this is a more suitably sized neck. And I gotta make his scarf a little smaller. In some ways, larger in others. You actually recognize? Yes, I did. To some extent. I didn't, like I said, I never watched the second series. I only watched the first one, but yeah, I recognize that one. It's been 62 years. You know, now that I'm looking at this, I realize that I probably modeled this the hard way. I should have used the same method that I used for Teal's lace necklace. But oh well. It looks fine. It's fine. It's fine. You did it manually? Well, I can't... I think what I did was I made 3 Tauruses, or like 3 donuts, just by doing this. It's been like 2 or 3 weeks since I started this thing, but I made like 3 of these, and then sculpted them. I made them smaller, like a toy, and then sculpted them to look like a scarf. And it seems fine, I guess. Yeah, the other way would have been better. Let's see. I think that's better for the neck. What else we got on our list? Let's see. Slightly cover the chin and back here. Scarf looking like a bookmark. Yes, that's the other thing. We need to make the scarf look like a bookmark. Because what Thunder Tome actually is a book made human. He is a booktuber. Book vtuber. I think we're at a point where we can go ahead and turn this into a mesh. So we're just gonna make this kind of look like a bookmark. Simple. Same thing for whenever we mess with these. All right. There was that for the scarf. What else? And the hair is looking fairly accurate. Okay, make the hair a little more messy. Give it probably some more messy spikes. We can do that. The MC of Magico. Now that one I don't recognize. That one I don't recognize. Yo, Red Mage, what's going on, buddy? I forgot. We're not going to add more spikes so much as we are going to maybe split up a couple of these. Like, for instance, a couple of these spikes are they're all still NURBS paths. We need to turn them into mesh. Let's see. We'll just make some duplicates. Oh wait, no, not like that. Make a duplicate of the hair, hide it, then convert this to the mesh. There we are. All right, and then we can start separating these into little sections. Actually, get rid of this half, honestly. Because we're gonna just put another mirror modifier on it anyway. Huh. That's kind of annoying. I guess some of the vertices ended up mixing together. Hang on. Friends outside of our cult? How dare you? You will receive lashings for this transgression. You know the rules. No friends outside the cult. No outsiders.
Ow. Alright, I shall allow it, but only this once.
Only because I think you're trying to bring them into the cult. I actually heard, I think it was like earlier last year, about I watched a YouTube video about another dragon furry VTuber guy who he started like an actual online cult. Very abusive, very awful guy, but I mean, he makes a lot of money. What do you say, guys? Will you let me be your abusive cult leader? Come on. Come on. It's where all the cool kids are. Is that a yes? We abuse you, yes. I say with like a dozen black arrows sticking out of me. And the cycle of abuse continues. Show you a little trick. This is how we split hair. We're literally splitting hairs here. This allows us to get a little more bang for our buck out of our hair meshes. So we basically do this, and then once we get all our splits out, we can actually just sculpt to get the rest of the shape that we want. Yeah, we can split hairs and it be good. When they split their ends, it's bad. We are better? Yeah. Yeah, that's a default. We are, in fact, better. A sort of master race, if you catch my drift. Please don't ban me, Twitch. Please. That was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke. Twitch should know by now, I am self-deprecating enough to not actually to have that high of an opinion of myself. I'm too Mexican to be master race. This is so nice, not having to do this with hairs that are 200 feet long. I say with absolutely no, Wait, so you're not a narcissist? I am not. But Nessie might say otherwise. Why would you take the time to measure it? Truth be told, I haven't I never measure my models. Like, complete full disclosure, I don't measure the models ever. They always come out like really huge or really small whenever they port to Unity. Like, for some reason, my Sonic model is like way bigger than my true form dragon model. I'm not really sure why. Well, I know why. It's because I don't measure anything. But you know, what are you gonna do? The 188 centimeters. Well, 188 centimeters doesn't mean anything in the 3D world. Because it's like 188 centimeters compared to what? Another 188 centimeter tree? Like, you can't tell the size of things. And a lot of the VTubing software scales it anyway. Like, if it sees a model that's like really, really huge, it'll scale it down. Isn't there? Yes, like, I could measure it. I could, but it's like there's not a reason to, really. Like, cause even unless we were doing like a VR chat model, in which case, yes, there would definitely be a reason to make sure it's not too big. And if it is too big, then I just I can measure it or change its scaling in Unity at any time. I don't need to do it in Blender. In Craftopia? I don't think I've ever played Craftopia. Does that support VRM? Is that like a VRM importer? Well, they should be. Right now, they definitely... Your model and Kalen's model are definitely the same size because I use the same base for both of them. So no, even if they are whatever size they actually ended up being, they're the same. Lets you endpoint Vroid. Oh well, then I might need to. Ooh. Well, does it support VSF Avatar? Because if it only supports Vroid or VRM and doesn't support VS Avatar, then we might need to come up with some other solutions for, or another version of your model specifically. Because I don't think that Magica Cloth works with straight up, with just VRM by itself. I think you have to have a BC Face Avatar format. Because in my experience, most of the time, those softwares that use Vroid only or use Vroid are like they only support straight VRM. Oh, from the Vroid cloud specifically. Oh. I don't know. Do not know what's gonna happen there. Whoops. Oh, Flippy. He drools like a pug. Why do you drool like that? He's done it ever since he was a baby. Does VRM not support it? No. As far as I know, VRM for physics only uses spring bones, which can do a lot. Spring bones can do. Excuse me. Spring bones can do a lot, but I don't know if spring bones would be able to handle a cloak in the same way that your cloak works, or at the very least, it wouldn't look as good as how it turned out with Magica Cloth. Currently toddler blender level. Well, I'd say I'm like a preteen blender. Might be just being modest, but if I'm a preteen and you're embryo, then you have no rights. I'm just kidding. Yeah, we'll might have to ask, because I don't actually mess around with a lot of VRMs on their own. Most of the time, I'm selling VTuber models in the VSF format, assuming that they are going to just be used as in VC Face or in Vina, and that's it. 9 times out of 10, that's what I'm making. I don't even make that many VR chat commissions, hardly at all. That's just, you know, just not the majority of the work that I get. So I don't know, I might have to ask around or just look it up to see if Magica Cloth is supported in other softwares. But as far as I know, Vroids only use spring bones, which will work similarly to dynamic bones. So they can, like, everything, like for instance, everything on Kalen's model, perfectly fine. Kalen could perfectly translate over to VRM, no issues. I would just say that, like, maybe they also only support shaders, like the M-Tune shader, which is good, but it's not as crazy as the Poyomi shader. So, like, if you noticed on Kalen's model, they've got sparkles on their coat that actually glitter, like regular glitter. You can't do that with Mtoon. You can only do that with a Tome shader, which you can only do in VS Avatar. But, you know, like all of the regular stuff, you know, just the colors and all that would be good. Alright, I'm gonna be sculpting this hair pretty soon. Let me just get some more, just a few more of these strands out. Yours, I just had to get creative for the cloak, and for the most part, because Magical Cloth would make it so that it clips far less. Spring Bones, it's like I'm not gonna have nearly as much control if it clips or not with Spring Bones on their own. The next priority would be MMD, and that I will probably have to look into as well. No matter what, I was going to have to make another version for both of y'all that works best with MMD anyway. From what I've seen, it looks like there are some differences there, but very few. Like, I'm not going to have to remake the models at all, but I might have to just do some changes in Unity. Anyways. I've been meaning to make one for myself, honestly. They look fun. I don't know if I can make a Sonic model work. I don't really have much of an interest in like having any other humanoid form other than like a Sonic form. Like I made like a humanoid dragon form before, but I just don't have much of a desire to mess with it. I like being my Mobian self. Yeah, we'll test all of this out for sure. I'm very eager to see how it... For all I know, your model will work just as is with MMD, and we won't even have to mess with it, because I know that Vignon is getting, or has support now, I think, for MMD motions. So there's a good chance that you could just load up the model as is into Vignon, and it'll just work. Which would make my job 1,000 times easier, and easier on your end. Well, don't you worry. I'll help you figure it all out. I won't just throw the model your way and be like, deuces, bye, good luck. No, I'll help you out. I'll make sure that you guys get all set up to where all you got to do is load it up and hit stream, and all of your redeems work. Alright, so first we smooth out the little hairs a little bit. Makes them look a little needlier, curvier, and then we inflate them a little bit. Give it some inflation. A little bit of inflation's a good thing. No matter what some people might tell you. Just a little bit though, not too much. Oh. You would troubleshooting it? Oh, like you couldn't get the face tracking to work without VC face? Oh. Sheesh. Yeah, that's the thing about using ARKit tracking, is that it really kind of limits how much the body can move. Hang on. I don't really know why. I think it might be because ARKit is like strictly designed to be move head bones, eye bones, but not like neck or shoulders. Whereas if you use like a regular webcam, it's designed to like move your whole body. Like, see, like mine is moving basically just my head. I have to like really throw my neck into it to get my whole body to move. It's like you give up a little bit of body tracking to get way better face tracking. If that makes sense. Works fine. Awesome. I'm glad that you got that all figured out. And if you run into problems like that, you should head on over to the Vnya and Discord server. They answer questions like real quick over there. Was an owl tilt? Oh no. I bet that was a little creepy. All right. Yeah, they're awesome over there. That whole community is just like filled with people who have done every possible thing you can do as a VTuber. So if you run into a problem, they've almost certainly ran into it first. I don't know what happened. Oh, the ears are separated. I was like, why is the ears like this? It's because they weren't attached to the head. The weird thing about anime characters is the ears are actually like in a pretty weird spot compared to the rest of the head. Yeah, it's always good to probably just look in there first, make sure it hasn't already been figured out. You have good etiquette. The only times I ever go in there, Stevie's getting sick of me though, because every time I go in there, I always go in there with like a really hardcore issue. Something like either isn't supported yet, or something that I'm the only person in the world dumb enough to have like tried to figure out. I guess. Something insanely niche, something that only I would need with my dragon models. I say that she's getting sick of me, but she's really nice, very patient with me. Very patient, very sweet. The FAQ link of squishing the head on a bonk your fault? Wait. Is that on the FAQ? Oh, it's it has this because Vignon has its own bonk setting where I didn't like it. I didn't use it because they use like a little bat and I wanted to use a frying pan. So like I just made my own. But they have their own kind of built in, and I think that's why it's on there. Yeah, because they have their own action node for bonk. Like, well, let me see if I can get it to do it. I was like, why did they do that? I didn't even ask that. Let's see. Yeah, this is their bonk. Right there. Makes the little bat thing come out and just like pop, pop, pop. I wanted mine to flatten my head. Yeah, I saw the one that you're talking about too, like where it makes their head a little bit smaller each time, and I was like, I could do that, but that looks like it takes a lot of work. Doesn't look all that great. Yeah, it is default, you know, it is default. Just kind of thrown in there as like a part of the program. If you don't know how to make anything else, at least you will always have bonk. Yeah, might as well use a toothpick, seriously. At least the frying pan was based on a meme. All right, that's good enough for my tastes. What else did we have on our little list? Hey Cal, how's it going? Oh yes. I didn't realize this problem. Wait, I think if y'all remember the last time that we were working on this guy, I was like really struggling with the glasses. I was like, what is going on? I don't know why they look so off. And it's because his eyes are ridiculously far apart. And I couldn't really see it until like a week later whenever he finally got to watch the stream, like watch the VOD. And he was like, I think I know what it is. The eyes are like really far apart. And I was like, damn, he's right. Let's squish these eyes a little bit closer together. And that's why the glasses looked weird too. Now I'm gonna be paranoid. I'm gonna push them too close together. Yes. The width of one eye? I'd actually never heard that before, but that could be very useful. I'm gonna try that. Oh. Well, that didn't quite work. It's because we have the subdivision surface modifier on there. It's about there. I think they do need to be bigger though. But I do appreciate the good artist hack. I never went to art school, so there's a lot of these things I wish I'd learned. I didn't really do a lot of like art training. You know, I learned more kind of just from trial and error. But I wish that I had some art training. I was making a joke the other day with Nessie, where I was like, "Man, I wish I would have went to school for art, because I went to school for exercise science, if you can imagine it. Long story behind that bullshit, but I really wish that I hadn't wasted my time doing that, and I wish I went to school for art. I know, not a lot of people are like, hey man, I sure wish I went to school for art, but I actually do. I actually wish. I was looking back on it and I told Nessie, like, man, I really wish that I had done that. And at least I probably would have learned so much that would have made my job a lot easier. And she's like, well, why don't you? And I'm like, I'm not gonna go back to college. We ain't got the money for that. We definitely ain't got the scratch for that. And it would just be like, you know, I already got so much work to do, you know, I wouldn't have time. And she's like, well, you don't have to like enlist, just like walk in and just sit in on the class. You just want to learn, right? You don't want a degree. I'm like, huh, would they even know? If I just like walked in on a class, maybe like 2 or 3 weeks in, and just kind of sat down, didn't say anything in the back of the class and just like listened, maybe did the homework when I felt like it, never showed up for the tests, what would happen? Yeah. I was just like, yeah, fuck it. I'll just go to college. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe they won't even look at me. They won't even look me in the eyes. I think it could work. At first I thought, Nessie, you're so funny. But then I was like, oh wait. It's just Skillshare with extra steps. Oh. I'd love to do that, like, no joke. If I have to like look into it to see if the local college has like a 3D art class, because if they do, I'm definitely gonna like just sit in. What are they gonna do? Sue me? Do it. My daddy-in-law is a lawyer. That's what Nessie always says, because like her mom remarried recently, and she married a lawyer. So now like Nessie's just like, I can get away with anything. My stepdaddy's a lawyer. I've always wanted to say that. I'm like Nessie, that doesn't mean you can get away with anything. That just means that now we have like counsel that's not public defense, and she's just like, I don't care. I can get away with anything. I'm like, okay. And then she murdered somebody, and she got away with it. And I was like, well, damn, Nessie. I guess you were right. Who knew? Moral of the story, make sure that your mom marries a lawyer whenever your dad dies. Oh. They can like ban me from the property. I mean, I guess they could try. I just show up with a mustache, like a little like toy mustache on my lips. I'm like, hey, what did we tell you? We told you to get the fuck out of here. You're just stealing classes. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm a foreign exchange student. We don't do foreign exchange students. This is college. No hablo inglés. Exactly. It's exactly what I'm gonna do. I don't care if they get mad. It's not sus. It's totally not sus. It's like, it's totally on the level. Totally on the level. I told my sister about it the other night too, and she's like, you know what? I should do that too, because like the college she goes to right now has an art department. She's not an art major. She just likes doing art. And I was like, yeah, you should do it. Just go sit in on their classes. At least you are a student there. You know, they could actually like, you'd probably get away with it a lot easier than I could. Guy that hasn't been in college for like 6 years. Yeah, get that dragon out of here. He's stealing our super secret techniques. Like a martial arts school, you know, that keeps their secret martial arts a secret. And I'm the evil student that like steals the martial arts secrets. And instead they're just like a unique way to do paint strokes or something. I don't know. But seriously, like the vast majority of the shit I learned in college, you can learn on Skillshare. Like, not even joking. So much of it. Like whenever I was going to school for exercise science, I didn't realize, I was too young and stupid to realize this at the time, but God, so much of that information is just there. Like whenever I took my personal training certification exam, all of that information was in the one book that they gave me to study for the certification exam. And I just thought, man, my parents wasted a ridiculous amount of money. I was privileged enough for my parents to be able to afford to send me to college with no debt. That's ridiculously privileged, but I mean, shit. I'm bad at learning on my own. Well, I mean, nothing I can do about that. Or you know what? Here's the deal, too. Here's what we're gonna do. I'll be your professor. All I'm gonna do is I'm gonna assign you. You're gonna buy a Skillshare membership, and I'm just gonna be your professor and assign you homework and give you a grade. And if you fail, then I will add a zit to your model that will permanently be there. There. That's all a professor's gonna have to do. They just have to I'm just gonna send you modules from Skillshare, and you're just gonna learn them. I'll be like one of those coach teachers, you know, like in high school. I don't know if you guys have those in Switzerland, but we have a real problem about that in Texas, where coaches teach classes too, and they're really bad at it, so they just make us watch YouTube videos as lessons. Then you better do your homework. All right, let's put those glasses back on. Yeah, that's what I'll do for people. I mean, that's what I did as a personal trainer. I didn't have to do any of the work. I just told people, do the work. But it was easily stuff they could have looked up on their own half the time. People don't realize that exercise is probably one of the easiest and most simplest fucking things in the world, and it doesn't take a super hyper expert guru to write an exercise program. Literally, half the time, walking is just as good of exercise as anything else you could do. It absolutely is, and anyone who tells you otherwise is trying to sell you something. Don't listen to them. Just find the nearest rock and club them over the head. You have my permission. I know all I want to do is possible only at uni. I would be more diligent. Oh, trust me, I understand. Before I realized what I wanted to do as a job, I was kind of convinced that the only career path for me was to either settle for my bachelor's degree and just be a personal trainer forever, or try to pursue becoming a physical therapist and going into physical therapy school. The only thing is that physical therapy school is really fucking hard to get into, and I never really imagined myself going there earlier in my college career, and my GPA reflected that. I did not care that much in school, so I had a 3.0 GPA, which is just not high enough to go to fucking what do you call it, PT school. Hey Firemaster, how's it going? I figured it was you. Yeah, I had no chance. I applied, but I'm very, very thankful that I didn't get in, because if I did, I probably never would have married Nessie. Because at the time, we were still just dating. So, and if I had made it, I would have had to move, and almost certainly we would have broken up just because, we would have lived in different towns. So I am insanely thankful, just absolutely insanely thankful that I didn't get in. Plus, I'd probably be doing a PT job instead of making models for money, which honestly, I'm happy. Had a 3.2. Okay, it's not a contest. Actually, it is a new one. I've been defeated. But mine was an American.
I wasn't ready for that. Yeah.
Well, mine was an American 3.0, so it was even higher. It's higher than a Switzerland 3.2. Ah. Oh no, I've been diminished. Wait, did it shrink my head too? Where am I? I'm so small.
Oh God, I'm so little. Help. Okay, I get it. I understand.
I am not galaxy brain, I am regular brain. I am average. I am no better than my fellows, my fellow man. I have learned the error of my ways. I have been too narcissistic. I am no better nor worse than my fellow man. I should learn compassion and humility and humbleness. Nah, fuck that mess. I'm better than all you. All of you. I'm the best. I'm the greatest. I'm the king. No one can compare to me. I invented Blender, remember? Yeah, that's right. I look down on everybody because I'm on top. I was ready for it that time. The Three Ghosts Christmas? No! Anything but Christmas ghosts! You know I hate Christmas! No! No! Not the Christmas ghosts! Please, I swear I'll behave. Not the Christmas ghosts. Not them. I won't learn my lesson, so they'll stay forever. They'll never leave. They'll just fucking like stay there menacingly in the corner of my room, looking crazy, getting ectoplasm everywhere. Still think Aurelian Soul would be the superior dragon. Ebenezer lore. Yes. I have been called Scrooge many times in my life, so I get it tracks. I feel like it tracks. He means naughty to you. I've been naughty, but he's spelling it like a simpleton, an uneducated swine. We have international viewers. You guys are confusing our international viewers. You bigots. You Switzerphobes. I am so ashamed of you. Do better and grow as a person. I am pretty snotty. I have very bad allergies, basically all year round. So yes, I am quite snotty. Can we see Junior as a Sonic OC? If I make Junior as a Sonic OC, it's gonna be an absolute meme. He's gonna look, I'm gonna give him like eyes that are so big that it's just straight up uncanny to look at. Because Sonic characters already have big eyes and Junior's known for having even bigger eyes. He would look like a gecko. Or, yeah, he'd look like a... Not a gecko. A chameleon. He'd look like a chameleon. Like Ezio the chameleon, but like with humongous fucking eyes bulging out of his head. Here's a tissue for your pants, cause they're wet. For your pants, cause they're wet, 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 wet. Anyone know that reference? Or am I alone? What kind of medieval fantasy clothing style do you like most? Honestly, I really like it plain and simple. Actually, I can show you. I designed some for my anthro form. I'm gonna transform to my anthro form just for you. Hang on. Basically just this. Peasant clothes with a sleeveless tunic, some burlap sack pants, and a belt to tie it to the waist so it doesn't flop around or get in my armpits. Yes, it has to be sleeveless. You gotta understand, even in real life, I do not wear clothes with sleeves. I can't do it. I got weird sensory issues, my wife says. You like collars? Yes, a little bit. Mostly for style. I need to update this model too. Gotta get a 4. I gotta get like a 4.0 first before I do this. Try to make me super drippy. Oh, I'd love that. I do love having drip. I have no taste when it comes to clothes. Let's see. All right, so I think the hair is pretty much good. The eyes, I'm feeling a little bit better about the eye placement. I think I can make the glasses a little bit wider though. I think I pulled them in a little too much. His face though, I think I do need to change the structure of his face. It can be hard to tell because he's looking at me from an angle, but I think he needs a little bit more of a triangular face. Yeah, I think so too. Probably easier to tell if I take off his scarf. Yeah, a little bit more of an angular chin is what he needs. You know what, Teal? You right. You got an eye for this. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Yes, my name is Sir Thunder Tome the Fourth. I am white posh indeed, yes. I read many books. In fact, I am a book. Ha 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 ha. Yes.
Okay. Anime Harry Potter? No, he's so much cooler than Harry Potter. Look at that. Do you think Harry Potter could have drip like this or hair like this? Look at that. He always played the new Harry Potter game. Can you, when you make your character, can you give your character this much drip? Look at that. Those beautiful colors. Can you make your hair like this beautiful color too? Make Junior as anime OC. Oh, like an anime boy? Make Junior a little anime boy. Mine purple. You're in the new purple house. Some hats and glasses. That's kind of what I was figuring. I didn't imagine they have a very distinct style that they are probably wanting to stick to for that game, I imagine. Really? They didn't give you a blindfold till the very end? That seems a little strange. I figured for like an RPG, they would let you kind of branch away from the, you know, the typical aesthetic. I need Junior to react to you as the former you. He's reacted to my Sonic form before, and he flipped out and started pounding. He started throwing shit at me until I died. All right. I think I lowered his mouth a bit too much. I think, you know what? It's not so much that the mouth needs to be lowered as much. I think I might need to lift it up, but it's too big. Ow. That stings. I was never much of a Harry Potter fan, so I don't really care. I'm probably never gonna play it, but I'm sure that it's really fun to some extent. What color is my blood? I bleed red like the rest of yous. Why? We don't. Well, we can't all have drip inside and out. Earl colored. Huh. We get paler when we blush. That's kind of funny. I can imagine it. His nose is too big too. I think that's another thing. Like his nose need to be little bitty. I did use, believe it or not, I used teal as a base for this, or Kalen as a base for this. We didn't have any blushy expressions. Well, I was actually kind of surprised when I saw that out on your expression list. Was like, 9 times out of 10 when someone says they want like an expression, like special expressions, they come out with like a very typical anime blush. And I was like, well, not this time. Interesting. What's the command for icicle in the head? It's called brain freeze. Gotta be in Twitch to make it happen though. Alright, I could fiddle with this forever. I keep getting into these habits of just like fiddling with tiny things forever. Let's see. I think we got the eyes pretty much taken care of. Let's see. For the nose. Alright, what else? Yeah, even he said on his little list here that the mouth was too high. Let's see. For the chin. We got a big list here. Let's see. I think I've taken care of most of these already. I think hexagon diamond style on the forehead symbol. And the tome form designs being being circular with 7 orbs. Let me see. He's got another reference image, and I think that he wants me to use that for his head gem. Let me see. Let me find it. Ah, yeah, it is circular. Okay, so I actually got the head gem wrong. And the artist who drew this reference actually did too, apparently, from his list here. It's not a gem, or it's not like a chaos emerald looking thing. It's like a it's circular, but it has 6 points on it, if that makes sense. Let's see. I don't really like using UV spheres anymore. I usually like using round cubes now because they unwrap a lot better and they're a little easier to work with. And we can make them basically look like spheres. Like this. You know what? I need it to be right in the center. Let me see if I can get this picture in here so y'all can see what he really looks like in his true form. Can I just throw this in here? Yes, I can. There we go. This is what he really looks like. So the artist who drew this image took this and made it and thought that it looked like a hexagon, and honestly at a distance I thought so too. When I look at it from this far, I'm like, oh, that's totally a hexagon. But when you look really close, it is in fact a circle with 7 circles in it, like that. But I'm wondering, is it a cone though? Like, is it a cone facing forward? Because we don't have a side reference. Let me see. Circular with 7 orbs. Wheel of Taranis. So I don't know what that is. Let's see. Okay, so it's a Celtic symbol? Neat. Okay, it's a symbol. Alright, I'm gonna assume it's circular, or like spherical. Hey, Captain Crazy, how's it going? Yeah, it might be just circular and not like coming out of his head. Like the orbs, like I think that like you said, like these orbs are 3D, but like this part is not. So what we'll do instead is we'll give it just a little bit of a curve. We'll make it we'll take ourselves a circle, make sure it has a fill type of triangular fan. Go into edit mode, rotate it on the x-axis 90 degrees, make it really small. The fill type, basically whenever you create a circle in Blender, it always by default comes out completely empty. So when you, like this, it's just the circle on its own with vertices. So if you want it to have like faces on the inside, it either has to have triangle fans or just be a single really big face with a bunch of little things. In most cases, I like having the triangle fan. It's a little easier to work with. And if you're trying to make like a contact, this is how I make the eyes for all anime characters, because you notice they're all basically just slightly concave discs. We're gonna do that here too. You just kind of take all the outside points, you press, make sure that proportional editing's turned off, you press E, just hit it once and then press S to scale. Do it again, E, S to scale, E, S to scale. Now we can take this, grab the center, turn proportional editing back on, press G to grab, Y to keep it on the Y axis. Then you can just kind of pull it like this. And you can get it as convex as you want, or concave. Like a contact lens. So we're gonna give it something like that. And then whenever you shade smooth it, it'll look nice and smooth. And I think he said he wanted to raise it up a little bit higher than what the reference said. So we'll do that. Not working the way that I want it to work. That's supposed to like snap it on there, but honestly I might just have to do it by hand. Fine. I'll just add those spheres then. So like I said, for the spheres, we're just going to use round cubes. They're just cubes that are subdivided and shaped to look like a sphere. By the way, no spoilers yet for people who haven't seen it, but haven't you guys seen the new Ant-Man movie yet? Me and Nessie went to go see it the other day, and holy shit, I told Nessie that it was gonna probably be my last Marvel movie, or the last Marvel movie that I ever watch. Because I'm sick of it. I'm sick of Marvel. There hasn't been in my opinion, hasn't been a good Marvel movie since Endgame, really, except maybe the new Spider-Man movie. But even then, I'm like, that was good, but that may have been like the last. I thought that was going to be like the last hoorah of Spider-Man, or of the MCU, I guess. I hated basically all of the shows except maybe Loki. And I mean, I liked Captain America, or Captain America Winter Soldier, or a Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I like that kind of, sort of. Hated its villains, loved the heroes. And the fact that and then when I watched Doctor Strange, which I was hoping would be like awesome because I love Doctor Strange, it ended up sucking balls like really bad, and that kind of broke me a little bit inside. I was like, damn, I can't believe it, man. Out of all the movies, why did this one have to be the one that sucked balls? And I said, all right, that's it. Ant-Man is going to be the last Marvel movie that I ever watch, because I love Paul Rudd, and I was willing to give it the benefit of the doubt. And I thought, nah, what the hell? I'll give it a shot. I love Paul Rudd. He's like one of my favorite actors. So I'll give it a shot. And it turns out, and I said, unless this movie just completely blows me away, I will never watch Marvel again. Well, it blew me away. God damn it. God damn it. It's like an abusive relationship with fucking the MCU right now. But they did it. They made a good movie. Oh. I don't know what to say. Probably one of the best since Endgame, honestly, in my opinion. If you can believe it. Yeah, you should go check it out. Here we go. And then we'll just paint those lines on there. Oh, dang it. That's fine. To make this fit by hand. You feel better now? Do you feel better?
Ow! Damn it. A lot better than yesterday.
Well, good. I'm glad that my suffering can bring some comfort. In these trying times. Hang on, I gotta take my jacket off. It's hot. It's hot in here. Sorry, Flippy, I've disturbed you, I know. New Ant-Man looks pretty good. I know. I mean, like, I didn't know what to expect, because Marvel's just done an excellent job of disappointing me lately, but this time they didn't. Just when I think I'm out, they pull me back in. That's my Godfather impression. Alright, then we'll just paint the rest of those on. Okay, what else did we have in our little list? Possibly be a lot longer in length. Can also cover more of the wrist. Yeah, we can make that happen. All right, let's start with the top here. Alright, so the sleeves need to be a little bit wider, a little more comfortable, like a robe. More like a robe, less like a jacket. Who needs a shower? I do need a shower. I'm a streamer, guys. You should know by now. I don't shower. I'm a VTuber. And a furry. Apparently. What do you think, guys? Should we just be... We should... There are 3 levels of sleeve wideness, officially. There is... jacket, robe, and then teal. There we go. I don't know. I don't think he wants teal just yet. I don't think he wants teal though. That was funny. No, we like your design. We like it. We love it. I think he wants it to also cover more of his wrist. Let's see. What else do we got on our little list? A little bit smaller hands, okay. I tend to have a habit of making my hands too big. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because I started off by making Sonic models. That's how my career got its start, so now all of the hands I make for every model look huge. You like yaoi? Yes. You guilty? No. I'll have to tell Nessie that. Nessie got them big hands. So maybe you might be right. Pardon your French. Doesn't really matter. I'm gonna delete the majority of this body underneath anyway. I don't think he's gonna get naked on stream like you guys. Y'all nasty. Shame on them. Yeah, shame on them. How dare they be not sex positive? What's the opposite of sex positive? Prudish, that's the word. How dare they? In the year of our Lord 2023. How dare they cover their bodies? Okay, I think I went too overboard. His hands are now like way small. I mean, I know that I make my hands too big, but come on. This time I made them too small. Right? Right? I'm not crazy. I'm gonna make them just a little bit bigger. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. When it comes to this, it's like everybody has like their preferences. They may be the sleeve. You know, it might be. It might be. Let me take this jacket off and let me just like observe. I think it's just the anime style. I don't know, there's as many styles of anime as there are anime, so it's hard to tell sometimes. I mean, imagine if, Teal for a second, if y'all didn't have like such excellent references, how much more difficult this could have been for your model specifically. Impossible. Let's see. His hair is okay. This is definitely for real. I didn't even notice this until just now, but he is right. His hair is nowhere near long enough. Look at that. It should come down to his lips. Straight up impossible. Yeah. Be hard to get them hands right. I know. Even for dragons, even when I'm making dragons, it's just as hard for 3D artists as it is for 2D artists. To do hands. I'm gonna give him some extensions. Oh, the fire breath, of course. But wait, I can't do it in this form. This form can't do it. Wait! Where's my... I need to change back to my true form.
All right, prepare to witness my... You ruined my moment.
That was a perfect bong. Perfectly timed. Nipples or no nipples? No nipples. Like if I'm making models for myself, no nipples. I've made shirtless models before, like with my Dragon Ball Z form. And I didn't put nipples on him. Do I still have that? Man, I need to finish that. I need to rig that and get that ready for streaming, honestly. Because he's like, he's ready. He just needs shape keys. You know, he just needs Visemes. Honestly, if I had like a smoke animation, I could make that happen. Where like I breathe fire, but then it checks to see if my head gets bonked, then the fire turns into smoke. It could work with Vignon. Oh yeah, this is 1,000 times better. Oh man, I can't believe I missed that. Then you need to wheeze. Like a smoker. Wait. Yeah, this is so much better. A million times better. The eyes from this perspective are creepy. Oh yeah, because it has like this look. Clipped. It's funny thing about anime eyes in blenders, they always seem to look at you no matter which way you look. That's because they have the concave lens. Like that. It's not even rigged yet. So it's not like a trick. It's not like it's just a visual trick. Alright, let's see. What else we got? Hips, crotch area too short? Oh, he wants looser pants too. Yeah, we can do that. I had them very finely tailored, but that was just me. I didn't really get a good look at his pants here, so I couldn't really tell if they were like well tailored or if they were a little loose. He seemed like he was a well tailored man. Or well tailored book. Stop clipping. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Ah, fuck it. I have to wait till I apply the mirror modifier. More complex chain pattern. Did I miss something in the chain pattern? I didn't think so. 'Cause, I mean, it's just that, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm missing in the chain pattern. Oh wait, check the original book. Oh. Oh no. Yeah, damn. That's gonna be rough. Like, I guess I could do it. Is that what he's talking about? Is this the chain he's talking about? Hang on, that can't be. Original chain pattern I had, you can see the border pattern on the tome form. Oh shit, yeah it is. You know what? I'm a big boy. I'm a big strong man. We're gonna make the world's most complex chain right here on stream. And I'm gonna show y'all how to do it because I'm a big, strong man. And you are my big, strong viewers. If we believe in ourselves, we can do anything. All right. Trying to think, what's the best way to start this? We're gonna have to kind of draw it out a little bit. Got a single vertice. Don't worry. Whoops. I don't even know how that happened. Nuke myself. Yes, it'll be a similar technique to what we would use in a braid for sure. Very similar. Would your skin or hair be red? Well, I do have a Dragon Ball Z form if that would help. Actually, I don't think you've seen that yet. Let's go ahead and let me show you that. Might give you some ideas. But if I was a human, I'd probably look human but with red clothes. This Dragon Ball Z form was mostly just for fun. Where is it? I'd probably be human. I'd probably have red hair, like the color of my skin. Someone drew some fan art for me that looked like a Dragon Ball Z OC, and I ended up turning it into a VTuber model. But yeah, I'd have like human skin. I'm a brown boy, so I'd probably be like IRL. I'm a brown boy. I'm a little brown, just a little brown, touch of brown. Where is it? It's been a while since I've looked at this model, so... Where is it? Here it is. There's my boy. Man, it's been a while since I've looked at this. I gotta get this guy rigged. Or, well, he is rigged. He's got a armature. He just doesn't have biseams. Who needs MMD when you can just do this? Yeah, no one's got moves quite like Shenlore. Now do this IRL. Bruh, I would fucking... I'd pull my hamstrings, I'd pull my groin, I'd pull my fucking colon doing something like this. I've never been very flexible, even when I was at my most strong, and even when I was like doing cage fighting, I was not that flexible. All right, back to business. We're gonna pull this a little bit behind. Okay, so that... I think that is pretty much it. Where this comes in front, then goes behind, then snakes back around. Like I said, this is gonna be a crazy chain. Okay, so now we're gonna add a modifier to it, real simple. Skin modifier. Perfect. Gotta see what I'm doing here. I can't remember how to make this not crazy huge. Three more days of Sons of the Forest comes out. Ooh, that looks good. I can't wait to try that. I'm so like torn though, because I have to, there's so many things that like I have to save up for, but also like I want to play that. I want to play Sons of the Forest, but I also want to play this other game that came out. Oh God, what was it? It just came out too. It's like Monster Hunter, but it's more based on East. It has a more Eastern aesthetic, and you build like war machines against the monsters. Wild Heart? You might be right. Let me look. I got it on my wish list. Or maybe I don't, because I'm stupid and I don't know how to use a wish list. Let's see. Yeah, Wild Hearts, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, this game looks kick-ass. Yeah, there's this one, and then there's, yeah, Sons of the Wild. Or Sons of the Forest. I'm trapped. Can only afford one. Alright, actually I have a better idea. Okay, so instead what we're gonna do is we're gonna convert all of these. Object, convert to curve. And now they are like NURBS paths, and we can give them just a little tiny bit of depth. That might actually still be too much, so we're gonna go 0.005. Slightly more. 0.006. No. In Wolong? What? I don't think I know what that is. You might have to inform me on that. Souls-like had me sold. Sold already. I don't care how many, like honestly, I hope that we never ever ever run out of Souls-like games. I want them to keep coming forever. Forever. I hope they never stop. I will never ever get tired of Souls-likes. From Software has created like the perfect formula for video games, and I hope that they never ever stop. Going out March 3rd. Dang, there's so many good things. The thing is I just bought Fire Emblem Engage, and I'm still playing through that, so I can't really buy anything else for a little while. Not for just a little bit. Not for a little while. Hey Drax, how's it going? It'll also be available on Xbox Game Pass. I don't have an Xbox. Wait, you can get Xbox, you can get Game Pass on PC? Bro. I didn't know that. Learned something today. When I get back from holiday, I had funds. Well, I'd love. We can get you on a 3-payment plan for sure, if you wanted to, Mew. I usually do 3 payments. Whenever I do my business off of Fiverr, I do it in 3 payments, where it's like, you pay to get in line, pay whenever I get started, and then pay whenever it's finished. So it's 3 separate payments. Get a month for $1. Dang, you know what? That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna buy this. I'm gonna get this for like $1 as soon as this game comes out. I got 3 years of Game Pass and don't even got an Xbox. Man, that's awesome. I'll never. Who ever needs to buy an Xbox ever again? Seriously, like what? At this point, is there even a reason to buy an Xbox anymore? Make sure to get Ko-fi. That's right. That's right. I gotta get Ko-fi set up. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I gotta be like all the other professional artists who have like professional platforms. I can't just be a do-it-yourself Andy anymore. I have to, gotta be professional. All right, I'm spending like way too much time on this chain. Like it shouldn't be this hard, and it's only gonna be like right here. All right, so let me show you guys how we're gonna make this chain. It's gonna be super duper easy, and you're gonna be like, whoa, bro, you're so cool, you're so amazing, you know how to do everything, you're so fucking awesome. Can I like have your autograph? All right, so first off, we gotta convert this back to a mesh. Convert, mesh, back to a mesh. Beautiful. And then we have to add another component here. Shut up, Flippy. Where is it? Ray. Fit curve. Do you want an invite link? I would love one. Yes, I actually have to set up Throne too. Oh wait, wait. I actually do have a Throne set up. I just haven't like I have my account made. I just haven't like actually set it up yet. Well, I got Final Fantasy VI. Would you like to co-stream one day? Maybe. We'll have to see whenever I'm a little less swamped. Yeah, I think Throne's for everybody now. I'm pretty sure. Don't quote me on that. I might be wrong. Alright, and then for the chain... Wait, what? No! I got the wrong curve out. I'm so dumb. Never mind. I said you were gonna say Lord Dragon, you're so smart, but actually Lord Dragon, you're a fucking idiot. Nerf's path, that's what we want. Array, bit curve, this curve. Your role model has failed you. May I see your tail? Yes. But you have to join my OnlyFans. I don't have any physics on right now. Like I said, this is my 2.0 model. Trying to shake it for you. I'm about to get banned off of Twitch. Let's go. Get banned on Twitch speedrun. Let's go. Let's go. Wait, what's that at my feet? Oh, that's a... I was like, what is this? It's one of the emotes. Not much to shake. Hey, I've got a firm ass, all right? I ain't got a fat ass. I got a firm ass because I'm an athlete. I am an athlete. I'm designed for one thing and one thing only. Combat. Oh yeah, there's the Digimon World's coming out too. I can't wait for that. Damn it, there's too much stuff. Don't worry, yeah, I'm joking about getting banned. They don't ban us. We get wrongly banned by hate raids. I thought it was like a whole new Digimon world, like a whole new entry in the series, but I might be wrong. Yeah, I remember Digimon World, man. That game changed my whole life. When I was younger, like the only reason that I watched Digimon more than I watched Pokemon was because my mom was convinced that that Pokemon was like evil because she was like fucking stupid and fell for all the weird propaganda. But I could watch, but apparently Digimon was okay because no one had anything bad to say about Digimon. All right, we just need to make sure that these are on the level. Yeah, people think that like the Satanic Panic was like just something that happened in the 80s. No, dude, it's still going on. It never ended. People just stopped listening. It's still going on. People are still mad about D&D and stuff. Yo, look at that. Look at that chain. Look at that crazy fucking chain. OG Greymon, yeah, man, Greymon was awesome. Changed my whole life, like I said. I'm so glad that my mom thought that Pokemon was demonic and not Digimon because, man, Digimon was so much better. Just as a show, it was so much cooler. Alright, so now we can now manipulate this chain however we need to. Make it bigger, make it smaller. Do whatever we gotta do. Oh yeah, there was that one Pokemon episode that got banned because it was like really bad for people with epilepsy. It was giving them seizures and stuff. Wild. TV was wild back then, man. It's like Wild West. Oh, let's not forget the episode of Pokemon where James like dresses up as like a girl and has these inflatable boobs. Let's not forget that. The best Pokemon episode. Drag queen of the century, dude. Even the people without a gun? Yeah, what the fuck happened there? That was wild. James was a rich kid. Yes, he was. He was rich and he ran away because his parents wanted him to marry somebody. I can't remember. I had that episode on VHS because I randomly bought a Pokemon VHS at a JCPenney's of all things, and it happened to have that episode on it. Oh yeah, and he had like a really badass Growlithe, and he just ran away from it. Like, what? Why? Why did you leave it behind? You left it with your abusive family. Are you crazy? Crazy, dude. Crazy behavior. Gotta make sure our chain links are the right size. Oh yeah, when Jinx was black. Yeah, that was pretty weird. I don't know what happened there. Anime was wild back then, man. They didn't care what anything looked like back then. They didn't have the best view of what black people looked like. I don't think we got a good black character in anime until the Boondocks. They just straight up did not know how to draw black people at all. Like, one of my favorite anime growing up as a kid was Cyborg 009, and I thought that show was awesome. I thought, man, this show is so based. It's got like one of every race. But of course, the black character from Africa had like these huge lips. I was like, why? Oh, yeah, I can't forget about Black Popo. That was he wasn't, I don't know, that one I was a little weird about. I was a little bit weirded out by, not because like I was like, why did they change this? Because like he's not even human. The same thing with Jinx, but I mean the thing is with Jinx is that Jinx looked human enough, you know? Afro Samurai. Oh, that is true. That is true. Afro Samurai. Which I think was... Did that come out before or after Boondocks? Because Boondocks is really old. You believe Jinx looks more human than Popo? Just slightly. Not by a lot. they look very similar. They look like they could be like brother and sister, but I might be misremembering. Mainly just because she's got hair. Look at all the 40s. Oh yeah, that's the kind of stuff that like they have to put disclaimers on. I don't think those are things that need to disappear, but I do think like, you know, having a disclaimer saying, hey, don't make cartoons like this anymore. But we still have these here because they existed, and pretending they didn't exist was a bad thing. But we shouldn't make cartoons that look like this anymore, and whatever. I think that's enough. You know, I think that does enough to ameliorate that. Oh, jeez. Afro came out on January 4th of 2007. Okay, so yeah, the Boondocks definitely came out first, because Boondocks came out a long time ago. When did this come out? Yeah, 2005. So I'd say it was probably like heavily inspired by that. Boondocks was so based. I did not appreciate it enough as a kid. Remember Boondocks being the newspaper? Yeah, because it started off as a newspaper comic and then got a TV show. Got a TV run. What about Family Guy? Oh, I was talking about like an anime. Like, I'm saying like in anime, we didn't really get good. They didn't really draw black people in the best ways or in the best light, because it was just like it was just something they never really grew out of. Like whenever, like for their artists, you know, like they based a lot of their drawings on like the very bad minstrel drawings of the old Looney Tunes cartoons, which, you know, they don't do that anymore. Like we get lots. I feel like we see a lot of like, whenever we see people of color in anime now, it looks a lot. They look human. They look human like everybody else. They don't look like, I don't know another way to put it, but just minstrel. They don't look minstrel anymore. I don't know why this is not clipping together the way I want it to. It's being quite difficult. There we go. I'm just gonna leave that alone. It's close enough. Well, that Family Guy. Oh yeah, and I liked old Family Guy. You know, it's kind of like how people like old SpongeBob more than like new SpongeBob. Same thing with Family Guy, because Family Guy used to be like really fun. And I don't know, I can't really watch it anymore. It just doesn't hit the same. American Dad was good for a very long time. I actually preferred American Dad over what do you call it? Family Guy and all the others. I grew up watching it. You know, like it came out on Cartoon Network shortly after I became a teenager, or shortly, I guess, like while I was kind of becoming a teenager, and I would watch it like right before I went to bed every night, because I had a TV in my room and my parents couldn't stop me, so I just kind of watched it whenever I wanted. It was good. Me and my friends all knew all of the Family Guy jokes, knew all the Family Guy memes. Don't forget about Cleveland Show. Yeah, Cleveland Show was great. I don't know why people didn't like it so much. I loved it. I loved all the characters too. They were funny. People were like, "Oh, it's just a rip off of Family Guy." So, like, Family Guy's a rip off of The Simpsons. Who cares? Like, just It's good. It was so funny. It's not a ripoff. Exactly. It's not even a ripoff. It's just a spinoff. Like people acting like spinoffs haven't been happening since the beginning of television. Like Doctor Who doesn't have another spinoff every other day. Like, dang, I don't like this. Why is it? It's just not perfectly meshing together. Can't keep track of Doctor. I stopped. I'm done. I've watched enough Doctor Who to be familiar with the tropes, but I think I'm done. I'm done. I've had my fill of Doctor Who. Capaldi was the last Doctor I will watch, just because that's it. I'm done. I'm done with Doctor Who. Nessie still watches it because she's got a very, 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 very deep attachment to the franchise, but I just don't, and not as much. Not as much as she did. Watch the uncensored versions on YouTube. Yeah, they do swear on YouTube. I don't know, the swear, I like it when they have the beeps in there, or like the censored swears. I don't know why, but that just sounds funnier to me. Maybe it's just because I grew up with censored television, but I like it. I think it's funnier. I kind of wish I could do that in my streams, not even gonna lie. I wish I could, like, make it to where it automatically filters whenever I say fuck. I don't know if that's possible, but I would love to find out. Not because I care. I don't care about censorship. Like, I don't care, like, if kids tune into the stream and hear me cuss. I just don't care. It's not my responsibility, but it's just funny. You gotta do it manually? Oh well. Or you know what? I'll just beep in real life. You know, I'll just, like, every time I'm about to cuss, I'll just have like a little clicker next to me that just like makes a really loud beep into the microphone. I'm sure you guys who are wearing headphones will love that, and not unfollow and unsubscribe. I mark my streams 18 plus in the title. I've thought about doing that because I've had some pretty annoying kids come in here from time to time. But what I've noticed is that the most annoying kids that you're trying to keep away are not gonna care. They just don't give a fuck about anything or any rules or any, you know, they won't. They'll come in anyway. And because I've honestly met plenty of younger viewers, not met, but you know, I've had younger viewers who are generally pretty cool, and I don't even realize are under the age of 18 unless they straight up say so. And those guys, I don't have a problem with. I don't have a problem with that. It's just whenever we get like really annoying ass kids in here, and they know, we know who they are, that's when it starts to get troublesome. But you know, I mean, you can never tell when someone's gonna be like really fucking annoying until, you know, it happens. Raise the mature settings, that also doesn't work, unfortunately. Like the only thing you're keeping out whenever you put the filter on, you're keeping out the people who are not gonna lie about their age, the people who are also typically not the annoying kids. You're really kind of gypping yourself out of viewers, because a lot of the times kids just lurk too, you know. I mean, it's one of my friends been on Discord since he's 11. Exactly. Kids are on the internet, and they are the #1 demographic on Twitch right now. The biggest Twitch streamers are the one, or not even the biggest ones, but the ones who do this for a living. Don't even have to be the biggest. You just have to, if you want to be someone who does this for a living, you know, you got to be willing to let kids watch your streams, because they are the biggest demographic, especially if you make YouTube content. Like the 10th Doctor. I don't remember which one that is. I don't remember. I've lost track of the Doctors. I remember them based on their actors because that seems to be the only thing people remember them by. I don't filter my language, but I only do it because of Twitch. I've never gotten in trouble for language on Twitch before. And I'm not monetized on YouTube yet, so I don't have to worry about it yet. But it will become a problem once I actually get monetized, if I ever get monetized on YouTube. Not sure that I ever will, though. I don't make enough regular content. David Tennant? Okay, yeah. That's Nessie's favorite, too. Well, she's kind of stuck between him and Capaldi, who honestly was my favorite Doctor. Need to really? You got modded, huh? I guess they just haven't found me yet because I haven't marked my. I don't think I've marked my streams as mature, or maybe I did. And I just don't remember. Did I? Yeah, I guess I just got lucky. Because I don't even know how to set myself to 18 plus, so I probably haven't done it. Probably. All right, what are we missing now? Well, there we go, guys. We made the chain. See, I told you. I told you my dick was big. I mean, I could make this chain. Let's see. Got his chain. What else did we need? Oh. Got the bookmark scarf. Slimmer waist. Yeah, we can make his waist a little bit slimmer. A lot of times models end up, whenever I model their clothing, they tend to look a little bit wider than normal because one very common problem is that they model they draw their clothes on their references as if they were skin tight. So like if you were to imagine like the character as is and you take the clothes off, they shouldn't be the same size. This happens all the time. Like you don't realize it when you're drunk because it doesn't really matter. But whenever you're like modeling and you're actually having to put clothes onto a solid model without it clipping through, you start to realize it really quickly that clothes make people wider, and how much wider clothes make people. Like in Dark Souls is probably like one of the best examples of whenever you put armor on, it changes the way your character looks. Like, I don't know if you've noticed how your heads in Dark Souls or in Souls-like games look really, really, really tiny whenever you have no helmet on. And it's because armor, whenever you put armor on, it makes your head look really small without a helmet. It really makes your body look huge. I should know. Whenever I put my armor on over there in the closet, if I don't put my helmet on, I look super tiny. I keep looking for pictures so I could show you guys what I mean, but yeah. Needs to be more margin. Yeah, I mean, ultimately it doesn't matter for it. Like in respect, it really doesn't matter. Like it's just that if you want your characters to be super skin tight looking clothing, as like stylistic clothing, you just have to also basically delete the body, or you don't have to delete the body, but like for your model, let me show you a little secret for your. for your models. Watch. See if he'll even load. All right, here we got your bro over here. We got your bruh. Your bruh. See, looking fine. Now, let me show you. For the pants, here, I'll just take the jacket off. We don't want the jacket on right now. Whenever he has his pants on, there's a shape key on his legs that is activated that makes the pant, or whenever he has his jacket on, we can use the jacket as an example. The pants shrink down to fit, but you'll notice that if we were to take the jacket off, they clip through your skin. So there's another one on the skin that makes the legs really small. So we literally we squeeze you into your clothes. And if we were to like show you what your legs look like now, they are like super skinny, super itty bitty skipping leg day kind of skinny. It's like corsets. It's like corsets from hell, yes. So for models that have actual bodies underneath their clothing, that's what you have to do to make them fit. But I'm not gonna do that for this guy, because he's not gonna get naked on stream. Must have learned to not breathe or eat. That's the only way to be sexy, I'm afraid. That's the only way. Yep, that's the weird thing about clothes. And a lot of video games, like in anime in general, makes armor look more like clothing, or they model it to look more like clothing. And whenever I see that, I kind of chuckle in myself a little bit, because I'm thinking they must look insane. If you were to take that armor off, their bodies would all look like your legs do. They would look so little. I also, I don't think I needed to do that with yours, because again, your clothes are like really loose fitting, and you have to be able to see the skin underneath most of the layers. But yeah, I had to do that for pretty much everybody else. All right, so we're gonna make this guy a little skinnier. And the way we're gonna start doing that first is we're gonna go ahead and make a copy of his body. Just the body on its own. Gonna hide it, and then we're gonna have the body, any bit that's covered in clothing, which is basically all of it, we're just gonna delete it. And because he is a sophisticated gentleman, he is wearing a lot of clothes. There we go. Heck, I'll keep the neck just in case, but mostly just gonna have hands here. Hands and feet. Honestly, he doesn't even need feet. He's wearing shoes. Because he's not walking around barefoot. He's wearing some nice dress shoes, like a sophisticated gentleman. So yeah, that's all he's gonna need. So then we have the freedom to squeeze down his other layers as much as we want. See, like his shirt is actually, I fooled you. It's not even a shirt. It's just a breastplate sweater. You fool. There we go. My #1 technique for slimming up that waist. Doctors hate me for this.
Ow. Don't be mad because you thought that he had a full shirt on. That's not my fault that you're smooth-brained.
Like me. Like shoulder book holder. Yeah, I could get you one of those. Probably make it look better than mine. This one I made a long time ago, and it looks a little janky. Gotten a little bit better at making straps since then. All right. There we go. My number one trick for slimming down that waist. No workouts or diets required. Doctors hate me. All you gotta do is subscribe to my $300 a month special vitamin subscription. Sign up a friend and you get 20% off. Want to become a Lord Dragon affiliate seller? I can send you $1,000 worth of product tomorrow. We are still taking applications for this highly exclusive offer. We only need people who are serious, in all caps, about becoming rich and becoming their own boss. Join today before all spots are taken. All right, Mew, see it. Thanks for the lurk, appreciate it. Your vitamin sheds fat quickly? Yes. It sheds all of the fat. You will be literally 0% body fat. Some people would tell you that that would kill you. But I say to them, show me the evidence. Do you have 0% body fat? Really? Every dead person I've seen has body fat. Curious. Man, I should have been a fucking health guru. I should have been a health guru grifter. Would have made so much money if I had less integrity. Had like zero integrity and self-respect. Would have been so easy, dude. I have all the talking points down. Could have been a millionaire. Could have been a millionaire. I like the gristle on my steak. Yeah, that's the proper way, dude. You gotta eat your gristle because it's the reason we eat the steaks. You think we eat steaks because they're lean? Fuck no. You don't waste it. Nessie's the same way. She don't eat gristle on anything. She cuts the fat off of her chicken breasts, man. Like, what? Every time I make anything out of chicken breast, she's like, did you cut the fat off? And I'm like, yes, when I absolutely have not. And she can't even tell the difference. Can't even tell the difference. Because it's chicken breast. It's chicken breast. You don't need to cut the fat off of a chicken breast. It's all that it has going for it. We actually don't eat beef anymore, so I can't really say anything. I only eat steak on like very special occasions. For the most part, we only eat chicken and fish these days. Chicken, fish, turkey, and just make 1,000 different variations of that. Fat is the best of it? Yes, it is. If you're not going to put sugar on it, put fat on it, and honestly, you'll probably be better off. Because hypertension is easier to take care of and easier to manage than diabetes. Salmon's the best and tasty fish. That is true. It's just expensive. I wish, like, at least where I live, salmon's pretty expensive. That's why we don't eat it too often. Like sometimes we get it with HelloFresh whenever they're having like a deal where like the salmon is not on the premium menu, which is most of the time. I enjoy raw fish too. I eat fish, pork, and beef. I've never been a big fan of pork, but I did love beef in most of its forms. But like I said, I only eat it on special occasions, like with my dad or something. I never like it. We're not like, what do you call them? Pescatarians, I think is what it's called. Whenever you're not a vegetarian, but you kind of have some vegetarian tendencies. I don't know if that's the word. We don't really care. We just eat what we want, but we don't have like an ideological like tie to what we eat. We just do it not only at, we mostly do it out of convenience because those are like the cheaper meats. So if you can learn to cook without beef, a lot of times you can save a lot of money. And since we're cooking for like, I end up paying for groceries for both of us. I try to be as frugal as possible. But when Dad's in town, he pays for all the meals. So that's when I get steak. Let's see, we're gonna loosen up these pants too. I think that was something I mentioned earlier and I forgot. Was Laura 4.0 going to be from the ground up? It was, but I've already done a lot of the groundwork, so you're not going to have to see me do like a bunch of everything from scratch. A lot of what we're going to be doing today for 4.0 is going to be pretty simple work. Like I just need to do some texture work, rigging, because I am going to be experimenting with some new rigs, and that's really what's going to separate Lore 4.0 from all the others, and it's going to be the rig. If 4.0 works out the way that I think it is, there's a good chance that I can add foot tracking to the front claws and hand tracking to the wings. If not straight up hand tracking to the front claws. I might even be able to do it to the front claws. I'm gonna have to do a lot of experimenting, but I can't really just like conceptualize it. I have to like sit down, look at the rigs or look at the armatures and be like, okay, how can I make this work? How expensive is salmon in Washington State, do you know? Around here, it's like, I honestly couldn't say how much it is per pound, but I know that like, it's definitely more expensive than chicken, but that's not really saying much. All right, I think that should do it. $9 a pound. Well, that's cheaper than ribeye, at the very least. And it's not like you really eat like a whole pound of salmon. That's a big chunk of salmon. You make a lot of sushi off of 1 pound of salmon. I don't live anywhere near the coast, so it's like, or I don't live anywhere near where salmon is farmed, so I don't. We get it expensive. All right, I'm thinking we made ourselves a pretty good alteration here. I think this model's looking nice. It was funny, whenever Thunder Tome won, he put this was the picture he put under the comment section. But then whenever I messaged him, he was like, ooh, now I have to decide between my humanoid form or my book form. I was like, oh, you have a book form? And he's like, yeah, check it out. And I was like kind of like low-key hoping, it's like, ooh, yes, pick the book form. Pick the book form, because I can model this in like an hour. But no, I'm still happy to do the humanoid form, mainly because he's got some really nice clothes. But I think this is pretty much we've done all of the alterations that are needed to be done on this model, and he is looking about 10,000 times better, if I do say so myself. For sushimi. Sushimi. Is that octopus? I don't remember. They have octopus here at one of the buffets, and boy, do I love it. Fish without rice. Yeah, octopus is dope. I love octopus though. They have it here, and like they have like these little tiny octopuses. Like they're like little, I guess like maybe the size of golf balls. And oh my god, they're so good. I love them so much. Oh my god, I love them so much. Let's see. It looks like that's it. That's our whole list. So let's go ahead with this. I'll probably send him a screenshot later, but we will move on to Lure the Dragon 4.0 and see if we can't get him up to speed. So it looks like I already did some work on his Visemes already, which I'm actually surprised. I didn't think I'd already done that. So you like tacos? I do love tacos. Oh, take it. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I always get the same roll whenever I go to like sushi places. Alright, so this is Lure the Dragon 4.0. Some notable changes here are he's going to be anime style, so instead of having an eyeball like this current model does, he's going to have an anime eye socket. Which again, I don't know why it's painted weird. Oh wait, yes I do. Let's see, where is it? The ambient occlusion's turned all the way up for some reason, so if I just get rid of that, never mind, that fucked it up. All right, we're just gonna take the ambient occlusion off. There we go. Uh-oh. Where is it? I have so many different files in here. I need to organize these a little bit better. Lure the Dragon Substance Painter. I don't know where that is. All right, cool. It looks pretty without the scale texture. Yeah, that's why I'm like super torn between whether I want to add, or if I do add a scale texture, what do I make it look like? Because you know what, let's look through some examples on DeviantArt. Hang on. I feel like DeviantArt's as good a place as any to. Actually, no, it's not. That's a stupid idea. Hang on. If I get on DeviantArt and I just start, right, let me make sure that I can set this to like safe for work only, because I can just see like, hey guys, let's take a look at some dragon art. Then I see a dragon with a big old waving dick, and I'm like, oh great, it was fun while it lasted, guys. It was great being on Twitch for while it lasted. Like. May I send you an example? Yes, by all means. If you have some examples of what you think would look good on this with like scale textures, I would love to see them, because my other idea is to just paint this model in Substance Painter as if it was realistic, and then just straight up slap on a toon shader, but I know that's not the best idea. You can make it both. I really could. Snakes, well, I'll take any scale, anime scale texture, because that's really what we're going for is anime. I need to add specular to the eye too, because it needs to have like a little bit of a little glimmer in his eye. I did do some slight paint, like discoloration painting already, using with the texture paint. On his face. Is it on Twitch? All right, let's take a look. I like this. You guys are gonna help me build Lure the Dragon, build the VTuber that you guys are gonna watch. Isn't that cool? Let's see, where's the dragon here? Oh, it's on Miyogi again. It's gonna be really awesome and way beyond my skill level. No, I'm just kidding. Let's see. Oh. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna have to mute it. Just in case it's copyright. But, let me show you guys, get your opinions as well. Can we all sign a scale? Yes. Hang on, let me get my display capture up. There we go. So there's this one, which wouldn't be too hard to do using Substance Painter. This does look pretty nice. You can take a look at my old texture for my old model. Yes, actually. Send me a picture if you haven't already. See, something like this, we could do it. The thing is that my model doesn't have like horns. Like some of these areas right here, you would have to model those in. So like this is a part of the design of this dragon right here, or of this serpent right here. So the thing is that I have a very simple design. I don't have like a bunch of horns like piled on my face. I have some, but I could do, like, as you can see, there's not a ton of scales on the face. It's mostly on the body. Oh my god, this is so dope. Unfathomably dope. Incredibly dope. This is beautiful, by the way. Top tier 3D anime shading. This is what you can do when you have a whole studio at your back. Send it later? Oh, that's okay. We can't listen to this right now, but I bet it's really cool. See, I guess another thing too is that these dragons right here are modeled realistically, because you could see that eye was not like an anime eye. These guys have anime eyes because they're anime characters, but the dragons themselves, oh, hello, Zaruk! We got ourselves a raid from the Forest of Dreams. How's it going, everybody? Welcome. Today we are looking at references for scale textures that we can put on Lore the Dragon, or Lore Dragon 4.0. We're gonna be upgrading. We're upgrades, people, upgrades. And Teal was kind enough to give us this reference to this fucking badass clip here with some really badass looking serpents. Let me see, do we have any more serpents in here? Let me get a still look at like their body. Or let's see, let's go back. In case it's copywritten, we don't have sound on. Which I don't guess it really matters. I'm not monetized on YouTube, but Twitch tends to be a little... Check the other link. Hang on, I want to take one more look at these guys on their bodies. The black serpents. But yeah, these guys are modeled 3D. like with a 3D look to them, not a cell shaded, not the same cell shading that you see on the anime characters. Let's take a look at this other link. Oh wait, that's the same one. I think. Sending to you on Discord? Okay. Alright. Where did I see? Can't really see it there. It's safe for work? Okay, good. Thanks. Thanks for the clarifier. Oh, wow. Yeah, we could do this. But yeah, again, this would be like a 3D texture. I'm kind of going for a little more cell shading. This does look nice, but we could do this in Substance Painter. I like these. You know what? Screw it. I'll just be a skeleton dragon. Yeah, screw it. I'll be skeleton. I wish that this level of normals editing was possible as a VTuber. I really wish it was, but the thing is like the way that they create something like this is they have not just one, like in VC Face or VNyan, you have one light source. You have one light source. Here they have several light sources, some of which are programmed to cast light only on very specific areas, like a professionally shot photo op. Or like a, you know, like, yeah, like a very professionally designed photo studio. Whereas like in VC Face, you have one light. And that's kind of what you got. It'd be so cool to, well, the thing is like, if it is possible technically, but you have to have like a setup like Fofamet, who has, you know, their own VTubing app, or like Suvi, when you see Suvidriel, she's got her own, like her room. There, you can set that place up with whatever lights that you want. You can have the exact setup for this, and it can look like whatever you want. Unfortunately, I don't know how to make those yet, but that would be how you would capture something like this to this studio level. And even then, you would have to have someone who has the expertise to not only make the VTubing app, but also know how to capture this fucking beautiful shading look. Right now, your models are actually like set up to do that. Like they have the normals set up, hence like you saw like the triangles were carved into the cheeks right here, and the so you can have the Rembrandt lighting. This, you can't do this on typical models can't do this on typical Vroids. They're just not set up for it. But how about 3D rooms? Yeah, that's basically it. I think actually, now that you mention it, because you can have a 3D room in VNyan, it probably is a little more accessible now than it was with just VC Face alone. But I couldn't really say if I could do that, because again, I've never made a room yet. It would be my first, and I would have to, you know, experiment and actually learn how to light a scene. And I can't guarantee it's gonna look like this. This is top tier. This is professional AAA studio kind of look. But I'm getting there. I'm getting there someday. Little steps at a time. Little steps at a time. Let's see. Let's take a look. Here's Draxima. I'm gonna open this in a browser. I can zoom in. Okay. So the scales are bigger. I do like that, especially on the hands. It's been a while since I've looked at your model too, so I need this kind of like this reminder as to what he's gonna look like whenever we get started on him. Right after Kinua for sure. I'll offer myself as an experiment. All right, as soon as I get some time, I'll definitely be experimenting with you guys. I wouldn't charge you like the full rate for it. I would just charge you for time mostly because it's all experimental, but I would try my best. I don't want the new one to look anything like this. Oh, okay. Never mind. Then I won't look at it anymore. Never mind. Yeah, my 2.0 scares me too. That's why we're moving on. That's why we're going up to 4.0. But yeah, all right. I think I've got an idea of what I want. Well, let's move on over to Substance Painter and we will test it out. Let me open up Substance Painter. To look at it? Look at what again? Sorry, I blanked out for a second. I did turn off my display capture, right? Yes, I did. Of in-game model? Oh, okay. Yeah, one more. Let's take a look. You know what? Yeah, seeing it in game would actually be helpful too, because it sets. It would look. It's gonna look a little more close to what a VTuber model can look like. Honestly, seeing a cloak in movement would actually be very helpful. I can see how their arms move and see what I can get away with your model. Well, I can tell you one thing just by looking at this. Hang on, I'm gonna show you guys one problem that I could probably solve easy. So, whenever we were working on Teal's model, one of the biggest hurdles, not one of the biggest, okay, that's a little bit, one hurdle at which I was running into was how to rig the sleeves. Because I was running into trouble because whenever I would rotate my hands up, the sleeves would rotate up with it, right? And it looked kind of funny whenever like this huge dangling sleeve would rotate a full 180 degrees. So I couldn't rig it to the hand. But as you can see, his hands are outside of his sleeves most of the time. So when he lifts his hands up, this all right here is probably rigged probably to his shoulder movements. Like it's dangling down, but because his hand isn't like attached to it at all, he can rotate his hand a full 180 degrees and it not mess his sleeves up. But the challenge I had with yours is because your hands are inside your sleeves, so they have to be able to rotate inside the sleeves. Yeah, I'm just looking at this because I'm just like, what can I get away with? What can I get away with? This is actually extremely helpful. Because sometimes I do kind of set I set the standard for what is allowed to clip, or how much clipping is like expected and how much clipping is, I guess, how much clipping is expected versus how much clipping is unacceptable. And sometimes I set that expectation a little too high for myself. Like I'll see like some perfectly rendered 3D models or perfectly rendered animated scenes, and I'm like, oh, they're not clipping at all. But then I forget that, you know, I'm making a VTuber model, a video game asset like this. But, well, significantly lesser than this. These are beautiful models. Probably the best I've ever seen in a game of this style. I can notice that the face normals on these, though, are basically all non-existent. Like, the shading is completely turned off to a point where it's like, they just have it black. Yes, your models are very multi-layered. This one almost certainly has no body underneath these clothes. It's probably just, no, it is. I'm not even gonna say probably. It is just head and then clothing, just like what we did for Tome a second ago. But even as he moves around, you can see that the shading does not change. These are all painted on textures. These are not dynamic textures that you would see in like a console game. Whereas yours are dynamic, meaning that, you know, if you were to move the light from the left side of the screen to the right side of the screen, the shadows would switch with you. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, this is how Genshin Impact does their stuff too, so it's not, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just stating that the difference between what I do and what this studio does. All right, Captain Crazy, we'll see you next time. Either way, this is extremely beautiful, and I'm hoping that one day I can make a model like this. Damn, look at these animations. These are insane. Holy shit. All right. But for me, oh yeah, I was gonna open Substance Painter while we waited. Yeah, because I do all of my more detailed painting in Substance Painter. For like scales and like complicated textures. I do not do those by hand. Like the Cyber Samurai. I painted the Cyber Samurai entirely in Substance Painter. Yeah, it's a different program. It's a totally different program. I pay $20 a month to use this. An Adobe software. But it's definitely like it's definitely like cheating. Yeah, it's another Adobe software, but god damn it, it's worth it. Like, if you're not doing this professionally, like if you're not doing this like for commission work, then it's not worth it. I don't think. I think honestly, you can do everything that Substance Painter can do. You can do it in Blender. You just have to work a little bit harder. A lot harder. I'm not a little bit, a lot harder, but you can do it. All right, we're gonna send this guy. We don't need the rig, we just need the body. We're gonna send him over to Substance Painter, making an FBX. Hang on, I'm gonna make a new folder for this because I've been using the same Lore Dragon folder since I started, and it's starting to pile up. Yeah. All right, here we go. Lore Dragon 4.0. All right, so we export him as an FBX. It's taking a second. $150 you can have as long as you want. Really? Have they implemented the lifetime membership? If they have, I'm gonna pay it. I'll pay it right fucking now. Well, damn. I'm doing that. That'll save me, and you probably just saved me just an incalculable amount of money. Just an absolutely wacky amount of money. All right, so we're gonna open up Substance Painter. Yeah, if I had continued paying that for another few years, I would have... Yeah, God, there's no telling how much money you've just saved me. When you go through months of... Oh, I use it every day. Like, at least every other model, I would use this. Why is it always more expensive for your country? Because you don't live in the USA! 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 And my fire doesn't even match my face anymore. Alright, we're gonna make ourselves a new project. Should I make my model 4K? Wait, where's my water? Where'd my water go? It didn't spray me in the face. Huh? That was weird. I broke it? I guess I did. 4K is more future-proof. It's not so much future-proof as it is, because like we've had four. There it is. 4K isn't future-proof because we've had like 4K textures for over a decade. It's just as much as your computer can handle. Like if I wanted to like highly optimize my model to a point where like it ran on as few resources as possible, then I would want it to be 2K. But it kind of depends on how detailed I want my textures to be. Like how far would you have to zoom in before you started to see pixels or before it started to look pixely? Like for instance, I think these textures are 2K textures. So if I zoom in like really close, you can start to see they start to pixel. Actually, no, these might be 4K. Yeah, these are 4K because I'm zoomed in like way far and there still are like no pixels. Can you do them 4K and then scale them down? Not really, no. And the reason that is because the way that these are painted on is with UV maps. So if I were to paint these on, they are painted on in 4K, and if I scaled it down, then what would happen is I would have to make sure that when I scaled it down, that it scaled down. I'd have to scale it down in I think I'm going to explain this, and then I would have to touch it up because the more often than not, those like any areas that are round. So let's say if I painted a circle in 4K, a perfect circle, or what looked like a perfect circle in 4K, and then I just scaled it down to 2K. The program's not going to exactly know whenever you scale it down what to keep round and what to keep square. So it's gonna look kind of like an octagon in a way, or octagon-ish in a way with multiple sides. Now, if you take that same process and you apply it to an entire model filled with scales, with robot parts, with, screws or whatever, you'll start to notice really quickly that the whole texture starts to fall apart. But if I had painted it in 2K, it would look better. It would look better than if I took a 4K texture and scaled it down to 2K. That's the general gist of it. I don't know if I explained that super well, but that's kind of how that works. Let's see. It doesn't really matter though. Like, I think my computer can handle a 4K model without problems. Actually, let me see. I might actually have a file already open for this. I do, actually. I guess I already thought about doing this and just didn't finish it. Oh yeah, because I remember now. I was starting on this already forever ago, and I got the horns. Explained it well enough that my headache got worse. Good, that's what I was trying to do. Let's see, what size did I make this? Trying to see which one of these things shows me what size this is.
I regret nothing. I would do it again.
I don't remember what I made this.
I still regret nothing.
All right, so we got our horn textures. The horns are perfect. I don't think I'm going to change anything about the horns. I pretty much got that looking the way I want it to look. The body, though, let me go ahead and we've got, this is what you're seeing right now is called the ambient occlusion. This is basically automatically generated black spots that that Substance Painter used to determine which areas would have natural shadows on them. You know, like the wings are right here, so it's going to put a bunch of black right under it already. They're a little strong right now. I need to tone those down, definitely. And that's, as you can see, that's why my eyes were black earlier, is because it exported. It thinks that it can't really tell that this is supposed to be an anime eye. So I'm going to have to like adjust to this ambient occlusion to make it look better. But right now, let's see. I am going to have to repaint this. Or maybe I can just re-import these. Like if we go to bake mode here. We're gonna need we just need the ambient occlusion. I'm gonna see if I can't. Tone it down a little bit, because it's a little too intense. No. No, it's not. All right, I'm gonna have to just do this by hand then. Damn it. There. So for the eye, we're gonna want to paint that basically white. I'm bad at peasant clothes. Well, that's okay. I forgive you. I forgive you for this transgression. This insult to my body. Hang on, I gotta like export the texture from Blender, the base texture that I have already. And then we're going to add it in here. I'm going to file, import resources. We're dragging 4.0, textures, and base color. There we go. Get in there. Hey Pirate, how's it going? That stings. That certainly stings. Hello? All right. There we go. He looks all shiny. Gotta adjust my shader a little bit. Oh, that's why it's so intense. It's because the AO intensity is like turned up all the way over here in the freaking shader. No wonder. I was like, what the fuck? Why is it so dark? There we go. All right, and the specular, we're gonna turn that down a little bit. We don't need the specular to look like that. Got white spots. Hey, don't be nasty. You're nasty. You disgust me. Alright. This is my dark side. This is my dark arc. Hang on. There is a reason the pupil's not here, and it's because the normals on the eyes are not facing the correct direction. They're facing inward. That's not good. I'm gonna fix that real quick and re-import it. You have 4 nostrils. It's kind of what it looks like right now, ain't it? Don't it? Hang on a second. They're still in the wrong direction. So mesh, normals, calculate, inside. Got it. Because I have them set in a concave, they sometimes come out in the wrong direction. Mesh, normals, recalculate, inside, re-export, FBX. And then we can go edit, re-import mesh. What? Fam, what the fuck? What that is I think it's the outline. Let me show you. It's either the outline. Probably calm that outline down. It's like way too strong. Or it's a shadow. Oh. It's one of these. Whoops. Or it's none of them, and I do have 4 nostrils. I guess. Not gonna lie, the cell shading kind of on its own does look kind of good. With maybe just a few lines drawn in, I don't know. But why is his eyes still facing the wrong direction? Why did you guys break him? You did this to me. Because they're like there, but they're for some reason only rendering on the wrong side. Let's see. Blender. Or Dragon 4.0. Okay, now we got it. Hooray! Wait, where's my water? Ah, it was a Saya! I forgot that my tongue out animation looks so busted on 2.0. Libby thinks it looks busted too. Okay, the specular color could be a little bit white, but it's like turned up practically all the way. So let's like turn that like way down. Or, yeah, there we go. We don't really need that. These shadows are freaking powerful too. Like, this really doesn't matter in the long run. Like, this is just for looks right now. Just for whenever we're working in this. In Unity, it's not even gonna look like this. Lippy should take my place. Yeah, he would be better at it than me. He'd probably work harder at streaming than I would. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't leave projects on the list for too long. Masquerade. I'll just look at him from this angle. All right, so I already kind of gave him some guy liner here. I was thinking about painting a few more like discolorations here. Okay, I swear to God, this is painted on. This has to be painted on accident. I refuse to believe that it's not. Well, it's definitely not, because it's not on like that on Blender. You don't have fangs? No, I've never painted myself. I do have them, but they're not sticking out. This is what my mouth looks like on the inside. Tell you what, I definitely got better at modeling mouths. You know what? I think I am going to go ahead and do a new one. I'm going to do it in 4K because, yeah, see, this one is in 2K. I'm going to do it in 4K. You know why? Because I'm a big boy. I'm a big, strong man with a big, strong graphics card. And I'm going to do it without the cell shading in freaking, in here because I don't want it. It's just, at this point, it's just kind of getting in the way, and it's not even going to export like that in Blender. It's not going to look anything like that in Blender. That's if you like want to take like a really badass painted render in in Substance Painter, you totally can. But that's not what we're doing. We're just here to paint scales on our model here. And that's it. And I already got the horns looking the way I want them to look. Alright, we're gonna bake the mesh maps. We don't need anything, we just need... Well, actually, yeah, we're gonna need all of these if we're gonna do scales. Alright, this might take a minute. Whenever you do this for a 4K model, it tends to take some time. Alright. So, you might be thinking, Lore, are you about to paint these scales one scale at a time? Those of you who have watched the channel for any length of time will probably know the answer to that question. But for those of you who have only been watching for a short while, prepare yourselves. Because the answer is yes. I'm going to paint one scale at a time. Starting right here. Like this. Just like that. Just like this. Looks good, right? No, you crazy? Fuck no, I'm not gonna do that. Looks like cheap latex, yeah. He's gonna look like this because I'm not using he doesn't have a cell shader on right now. He has a realistic shader, but don't worry, we're about to change. That's gonna look different in Unity. We're just using this to get the scales on. No, we're not gonna paint the fucking scales on one at a time. We haven't 3D artists haven't had to do that in literally years. Probably over a decade. Maybe even longer than that. We have smart materials now. We're gonna use them. So to start with, we're gonna put our base color down. Wait, which one of these is textures? I don't remember. There it is. Okay, and then we're gonna have to like basically turn the colors off on all of these. Actually, damn it. There. Look, what file of the textures? The smart textures are, I can't remember what file type they are, but they are specific to Substance Painter. I think this is the one that controls the size of the scales. Yes, yes it is. Yeah, this is why people pay for Substance Painters, for the smart materials, really. Well, that's one of the reasons. So this is one set of scales that we could use. Giving you all the scale brushes didn't help? I wouldn't say that. Because this particular smart material is going to make scales that look like this. If I like this is what those scales are pretty much always going to look like in Substance Painter for this particular smart material. So the brushes that you gave me could be useful if someone says, hey, I'd like some scales, but I want them to look like a totally different scale than this. I would need a different brush for that. So like if they didn't like these scales and they said they wanted scales that look like this instead, it's always nice to have more than one brush for scales. Like this is a totally different other set of scales. Of course, I'm gonna have to do some, like this on its own, I'd have to do some work to make this look good, but this is how I made your scales. I didn't use the smart material right here. I used a different scale material. I think it was these. for your scales. Yeah, these are the ones. Hang on, they're loading. Maybe. They might load. They might not load. This is a 4K model, so it tends to slow down a little bit. Come on. You can do it. This is not anywhere near as powerful as the smart material. A few moments later. You press the right button again. How dare you? Oh, there they are. These are the scales I used. Right here. Of course, they're gonna look a little bit different. Yeah, a little more spiky. Honestly, I kind of like them. I might use these for mine. But if I was to use this material, I'm gonna have to do some more work on the UV maps to make it flatten out a little bit better. You can make them smaller if you wanted to. You can make them as small as you wanted. Yeah. Thank you. Change the rotations too. But the thing is like these are. This is just a regular material. Like a smart material can kind of tell which direction it's in and which direction to put the scales in to make them look a little more natural. But a regular material is just straight up, you know, it's just flat. And then of course, if we wanted to like change where these go, we'd have to put a black mask on. Make them bigger? Yes, you can. Show you how. So by default, they're completely on here. If we wanted to just paint them on little bits at a time, let's say we wanted like this bit right here to be small scales, you would just name this small scale. And then you wanted something bigger, you would just duplicate this material. And let me clear that mask. This one would have bigger scales on them. You can make this big scale. And then paint that on like this. Erase where these were, so like, yeah. It would look better than this, but you get, this is the process if you wanted to do that. Yeah, you can make it look a lot better. Yeah, this is what the black mask does is it's kind of like the way to paint things on. It's better than I don't even know why they even have this option anymore, but like it's better than just getting a brush, putting the scales on it, and then painting them on, because at least this way, you have a much more control of not only where it ends up, but also to what opacity. So if I only wanted it to show up just a little bit, I could. This just gives you a lot more utility, and I might honestly use these scales, but like I said, I'm gonna have to do more UV work on the Dragonets on the back in Blender to really make those look good. Because ideally, all of these scales, whenever you put these on, wrong thing. Ideally, all of these scales would be the same size all over the body. That means that your UVs are really nice and it's flattened out really well. You know, like these scales would be the same size as these scales, would be the same size as these. That would mean that I am a master of UVs, and my dick is exactly as big as I say that it is. But right now, It's definitely not, because I did the bare minimum for UVs because I was thinking I was going to use a smart material, because like as you can see for the smart material, hang on, for the smart material, smart scales, it don't matter. It's using height maps and noise maps to determine the size of the scales. Of course, you know, we can change the colors and all that too. This is why this has been my go-to for scales for so long, because it's like, boom, there's my scales, bam. And of course, again, same thing, you just apply a black mask to it. And now I can just paint them on wherever I want them to be. Which, now that I'm looking at it, I'm probably gonna need, looks more like dried and crisp. Yeah, well, right now it definitely does, because this is like, if I was going for photorealistic, this is kind of what it would look like. That's what I have on right now. This is the scales I have on right now. But if I were to apply a toon shader, like, let's see, if I were to, let's see what happens if I don't know if this is gonna look good, but I think this is a toon shader. I think. Get an idea what it's going to look like with cell shading. Is this the one? No, it's not. Do I even have it in this? I might not have it imported yet, or into this specific file. Yeah, well, you get the idea. Whenever I apply this with a toon shader, the scales that I have on my 2.0 are what this is going to look like. But I think you're right. I might just, to make a real big change, go with something like this. Let me see how it looks like with my colors. We're here to really experiment. We're not really, I don't have anything like set in stone. I am here to experiment. Can I? No, I can't. All right, I'm gonna turn off the color. Let's take a look. We will add a base color, bottom layer. Just have it be color. Look at the scales, we're gonna turn off everything. What the heck? This should be turning my regular colors now. Oh, it's because I got the shader all fucked up. One sec. There we go. There we are. All right, Drax, we'll see you next time, man. I hope you get to feeling better. Let's see. Let's do a little bit of painting. And see what we can do to make this look a little bit better. I might not have to do UV work. If I go, because sometimes the quick solution is to do what's called a triplanar projection, which is just this right here. And that changes the way that the textures are laid on your model. Right here. The default is UV projection, which just means that if you look at the way that my model is unwrapped, it just sets it flat, like a single flat PNG that is 4K right here, and it just lays all of those scales flat on my model. A tri-planar projection, instead of just laying it flat, will make a box of the textures like this that I can move around like this. And then it applies it using the box. It makes it so that even the seams don't have breaks in them. How much sand did you have in your eyes when watching Dragonheart? I don't know. I watched that when I was, for the first time when I was 5 or something like that. I was very young when that movie came out, so I don't think I fully understood what was happening at the time. But when I watched it again as an adult, I was like, I just think it was good. It was just a good story. Well-written movie. Let's see. I think my scales can be like significantly smaller. There we go. Downward looks better than sideways. Yeah, I think so too. We can also rotate it a little bit to where it's like at an angle. We just got to make sure we mess with the triplanar projection. Not bad. The only thing I've always had trouble with, one thing I've always had trouble with when it comes to dragons, with no matter what, with scales, is how to draw them onto the hands. And in most cases, even smart materials can't really make scales on the hands look good on their own. Or at least to my standard. These look fine, but I have found that in most cases, if you want your scales to look a particular way, you have to model them in. And I might honestly just do that. Smaller, more snaky? Yeah. Either that or they have plating that makes them kind of look like gauntlets. That's what I've seen, one or the other. It is difficult though. To really get it the way that I want. And whenever I bring this up to people too, they're just like, well, here's your choices. You can either paint them on yourself, scale by scale, like they do in the professional leagues, or you can quit crying about it. And I'm like, oh, I ain't want to cry about it. You can do both. I know, they think I can't cry and work. Like, people cry and work all the time. Alright, so we're gonna put on a black mask. It's gonna make him look all smooth and latexy. But we're gonna paint where we want the scales to show up. Because we probably don't want the scales to be right here, right? We're gonna have a different material for that. So the best way you can paint it directly on the model if you want to. But I'm not gonna do that. I am gonna do the smart boy thing, and I only probably would want this where it's red, right? Like I probably don't want those scales on the yellow spots at all. So just find the red spots and paint your scales on. Just like this. You can do it with a brush, or you can do a polygon fill, which is literally filling it in based on faces, like this. This gives it a much cleaner, application. There we go. No painting required. Bigger scales on the shoulders. Yeah, let's see if we can make that happen. We're going to be experimenting today. We're going to do something different for 4.0. Great thing about texture work is that you can always, that even when the model is rigged and completely finished, you can always just change your textures like it's nothing. It's just a simple slap the textures into the slots and you're done kind of thing. You don't have to re-rig the model. You don't have to redo everything from scratch. You just have to paint it and apply it. There we are. This is probably the inside of his mouth, so we don't want that there. This is almost certainly his tail. You do my own chroma skins? Yes. Yes, do your own work. Pay me to do your own work. It's kind of like one of those, you know what? I'm going to run a 3D modeling business, kind of like one of those restaurants that makes you cook your own food. And we're like, yes, you pay me and I'll let you make your own model. Because after all, I did invent Blender, so you have to pay for my permission to use it, even though it's even though I said it's open source, or it says on the website that it's open source. That's a lie. That's a lie. What are? Oh, these are the teeth. I was like, what are these little white spots? All right, the face, I don't know, that's gonna be the part where I probably put the most work into. I apologize, I can only draw pretty boys. It's okay, I'm a very pretty boy. There's no way that you can draw a boy that's prettier than I am in real life. Impossible, can't be done. Because that's why I'm a VTuber. It's not because I'm hideous in real life. It's because I'm actually not a dragon. It's because I have achieved a level of perfection that, if looked upon, will make everyone around me completely and utterly uncomfortable with their own bodies. I've reached the pinnacle of what humans can even describe as within the bounds of beauty. None are my equal. But at least that's what my mommy tells me. Yeah, I gotta wear a different mask every day too. It's too much. Yeah, they did that for our own safety. Alright, let's see how this looks. Alright, we got roughly the same size scales on all the important bits here. I don't know why the tip of, oh yeah, because I capped the tip of his tail like an idiot. I didn't need to do that, but I did. So I'm mad stupid, I guess. Or I like doing things the hard way. I don't even know why it's painted black while the rest of it isn't. Okay, and I also did not paint the feet or the hands. Let's see, if we're gonna give them smaller scales, I think the best thing to do would be to use these lizard scales. Whoop, wrong ones. Lizard scales, and we'll slap those on top. Don't need the color, thank you. Gonna need the black mask. Let's see. What? Oh, it's because the tiling is off. All right, we need to make sure that tiling is like fixed. Hey, there we go. See, the thing is I also didn't really quite unwrap my hands super good. Well, not the same, but smaller, is because these don't get much smaller than this. These scales have a limit to how much smaller they get. These can get really, really small. Yeah, see, we got the tiling turned up practically all the way here. That's just the way that this material is built. But this one can get super small. Practically sand. Man, looking at this, I'm just like, But like you can see like how my hands are not unwrapped super well, and it's because like literally all I did was just cut them in half like right here, which isn't like the best way to do this. Even if I do a triplanar, well, I guess if I do triplanar projection, it looks pretty good. It looks fine. I think I am going to have to use the same hands though, like at least up to here. Like that. You also got to understand, like, I really, like, out of all the different parts of of 3D modeling, texturing is my least favorite. It's getting to a point where I am unironically willing to pay my sister if she learns how to do 3D texturing, like 20% of my commissions to do the texturing for me, so I don't have to do it anymore. Want a collab? Not even joking, I would outsource all my texture work. 'Cause it's just like such a pain. It's just like, it's not even just the fact that it's such a pain. It's not much harder than modeling itself. It's just, I don't have much of an eye for colors. Really, I don't have an eye for fashion either. So whenever I design my own stuff, it never really turns out to the same quality as some of my commissions, because a lot of the times when other people have commissioned me, they've already had some professional design their model for them with a really good reference sheet, or made their own really good reference sheet, and I can just go off of that. I just follow the instructions, basically. You know, I don't really have to do any of the highly creative stuff myself. So when it comes to making my own models, I'm kind of going off of no reference. I mean, no joke, I might just leave these on like this. Just all the way up and down. It might just look fine that way. Just on the palms. I'll just make it on the palms has the lizard scales. Basically blueprint. Yeah, it really just is a blueprint. Yes, the face is going to need more detail than anything. And that's really the place I've been struggling with the most when it comes to texturing, because I'm like, I can't really decide how much influence the scale should have. I might honestly just use the smart material for just the face. Because it does a pretty good job. Right, here we go. These are the bottoms of the hands. Let's take the big scales off of those. Put these littler scales on. Just kind of curious what this is going to look like. Nah, it's not the one. Let me just go ahead and adjust the colors here. I basically just go in here and change all these blues to reds. Don't know why the default color for this is blue. Alright, let's see what happens when we do this. Oh, there's different shades of reds, lighting, shadings? Yes. To some extent. I'll show you. Like, different parts of this material do all kinds of different things. Not all of them are just straight up colors. Like, for instance, this very specific one right here controls the height variations of the micro skin fibers. So, like, you see, like, these micro imperfections right here? This controls that. Right there. This is a very complex material with lots of little things happening all over the place. I could. I just need to paint it on there. The color is coming directly from the color that I imported from Blender. So like this base color that's just a bunch of flat reds and yellows and oranges. If I painted on this layer, it would paint over here. So if I wanted basically have to do like another fill layer. I think. I actually don't know. I don't know, I do kind of like this look, not gonna lie. Like if I wanted to have this color, very specifically looking for that yellow here. Ugh, I'm tired, man. My big question is really like, what is this gonna look like? These scales look really great right now when they are photorealistic. I'm just curious what they're gonna look like once I apply a toon shader. Actually, I could figure that out right now. Let's take a quick look at what these scales are gonna look like when we apply a toon shader in Blender. Because at least whenever I do the toon shader in Blender, it's a little closer to what it's gonna look like in VNyan, or the finished product. So if we just export the textures. I wish there was an easier way for me to tell immediately what these are gonna look like. But it's not super easy. It's not quite that simple. All right, we're exporting. And let's head on over to Blender and apply them. Do I not have a lightness at all? This scene is like really dark. Good shit. Alright, if we go to the body texture. Oh. Ah. Oh wait, damn it. Wait, no, never mind. Never mind. We're good. We're good. Oh. That's what I thought. Okay, so what we're running into here. I don't know why it's so dark. Let me append the photo, the thing I used to like take renders and stuff. Yes, lightning gives me energy like King Kong from the original King Kong vs. Godzilla. Damn, it's still dark. Wait, is his textures just really dark and I just didn't realize it? His textures might just be really dark. There it is. Okay, the ambient occlusion was turned down really low. Okay, I was wondering, like, why is he so god dang dark? All right, so the problem we're running into is the scales from the smart material. They export, or they generate a lot of discoloration, a lot of little colors, including the colors between that mark the areas between the scales right here, like that. The other texture, which is not a smart material, the regular one, it uses height maps to determine the locations of the scales. It's basically using an illusion of a 3D illusion to make those scales look the way that they look. Why is there blue? This is the basically the backdrop. Whenever I take renders, I import this as like my default backdrop, so that whenever I take a picture, you'll see this behind him. So the thing is like if you use a toon shader or a 3D texture or a shader for anime, a toon shader, it will you could put a height map on it, but I'm not entirely sure if it will actually translate well. See, this is what this one's gonna look like if we just put on the toon shader. But as you can see, the other ones didn't even show up at all, just as a base color. But we can test out, well, we actually have another way of testing this out, because there is one commission that did use those scales for their entire body. Yours wouldn't be a good example because yours, to get them to look translucent, they're not using a toon shader. They have to use a more photorealistic shader, and they are separate from your body. They are a completely separate object from your body with a different material. In order to do that, I had to do some serious finagling to get that to work. But if I open up a specific Unity project, I think this one might take a minute to open up. We might be able to look at theirs, and because like they used a photorealistic shader as well. But if I were to just open up that file and apply a toon shader to their model, then I can get an idea of what it's going to look like on mine. If it looks really good, then I'll continue down this path of using the chameleon scales, and we can all have the same scales. But if if the height map doesn't quite translate, then I might have to find other options. I've gifted you my scales. Yeah, it's taking like 2 billion years to load. I do like the discoloration on these though. What I'm probably thinking about doing though is making something like this look a little more solid or more bone-like. I guess an example would be another model that I made. Probably one of my favorite commissions to date for a dragon. Don't save. Show you what I did for him. His textures are beautiful. I don't know what I was smoking that day, but they were some of the best I've ever done for a dragon, and I'm just like jealous that his model is not mine. I was on some seriously inspirational drugs that day. Must have been. Commissions, Seshutan, there he is. All right, this is Sesh. His textures are beautiful. If they render at all. So what he did for his model, again, has like a more bony texture here, going up and down along the, around the face, around the head, around the skull itself, kind of like one of those dinosaurs that had like the bony head. I kind of wanted to replicate that with this one as well. And then have like this, you can see he's using the same smart material scales for his model right here. And he just wanted them applied to his entire body. And this is just what transparent, or like the wing material looks like in there. Would have done it similar around the eyes with the more delicate scales. Yeah, he wanted to look rugged. He definitely wanted to look rugged, and he was going for photorealistic. He didn't want anime. And that's the challenge. I've actually not made a truly anime dragon yet. I've made like dragons in the cartoon style, you know, but they didn't really have scales. You know, they weren't really like anime dragons. They were just furry dragons. Let me see. Is it open? All right, here we go. Over in Unity, let's see if this is the project that has the correct dragon in it. Let's see, commissions. Sesh. Might be under scenes. Dang it, this isn't the right, this wasn't the right one. Gay. Okay, maybe this one? This will be the last one I try to open before I just give up. I don't know, man. I've also considered the possibility of, like, instead of worrying about all of the textures right now, just stick with flat colors, just so I can get it rigged. And maybe right now that's all we worry about, is getting the rig done, because that's going to be the most important part of the new model, more so than like the scale redesign, is going to be the rigging itself. So, to begin with, we need a proxy skeleton. I think I might just append one from a very familiar foe. Nope, that's not the right one. There it is. Make sure it comes up in the center. There. This is your proxy skeleton, by the way. So we're not only might have the same scales, we might have the same proxy skeleton. I gave you my bones at birth. So here's the, so this is the part where we're gonna do some think. I'm gonna do some out loud thinking, right? So the way that proxy bones work is you have a true skeleton that is invisible, doesn't have any objects rigged to it, anything weight painted specifically to it, right? So all of these bones are gonna just be floating here in space, but these are the ones that you're going to register whenever you create your VRM, because typically whenever you're making 3D models, this is something I learned very recently, when you're making 3D models, or VRMs, and by extension VSF avatars and all that, you can only do humanoids. You can only, the only rig that is supported by VRM is a humanoid rig, which can only support these bones right here. You know, your thighs, shins, feet, toes, shoulders, biceps, forearms, hand, all the fingers, hips, spine, chest, head, right and left eye. These are the only bones that are registered, and these are the only bones that can be read whenever you use things like hand tracking, any kind of tracking. These are the bones that do all of the work. Everything else is either a spring bone or it's directly attached to these bones. So if I were to move my arm, or if I was to like move my arm in real life, and I had a hand tracking tool, or if I was using MMD or some kind of other VRM thing, it will read the bone that you had registered for it as your bicep, and it will move all vertices attached to this bone right here, into all its children bones right here. And so that's why VRM can only support humanoid models, because there is no function in VRM for any other body types. It's a motion capture tool. You know, and there's no real, and as far as I know, no real centaurs, unfortunately. So they don't have no way of, you know, you would have no way of actually tracking something like that. However, for the longest time, I believed the only way to get anything quadruped in VRM was to essentially do something similar to proxy bones. I just didn't know what proxy bones were yet, and create this rig where you have the only thing that is weight painted to the skeleton, or the only thing that the skeleton is weight painted on, is the head, the eyes, and maybe the neck, depending on your design. And everything else here is not weight painted to anything. There are bones here, but these are strictly for posing. So like if I wanted to create animations with these, I could, but they don't do anything. They are not rigged to, or they are not what, they cannot be moved by motion capture at all. They can't even be registered by NVRM at all. That's why the arms here are so tiny, is because they're not being used at all. I just have them really tiny because it doesn't matter. They're just out of the way. And any attempts I've ever made to try to make these hands rigged to the front legs, where like I would, there was a, for Lord Dragon 3.0, which I don't use because it just, well, if it worked, I'd be using it. But 3.0 didn't work because basically all I did was I took these arms, made them really big, moved them all the way down here, moved the neck all the way down here so that it would match the arms. And I would I'd put the arms out, and I would have my dragon in a kind of strange looking T pose where he wasn't resting any weight on his front legs. His front legs were straight out to the sides in a T pose. Looked really weird, looked really funny, but whenever you imported it into VC face, you would just turn the arm angle all the way down and the arms would be down. The problem with that, one of the problems, was that whenever you did that, VC face just does this. That's all it knows how to do. When you change the arm angle in VC face, it just straight up does that with the fingers still pointing straight down. So I couldn't at the time do anything to make it so that it would look like a natural pose. That was problem number one. The solution to that, just don't show your fingers. Just don't show your fingers on stream. That was solution. That was the solution. Just always keep the fingers off frame. Not a very good solution. Not a very good solution at all. But then I discovered a second problem, which is even worse. Whenever I tried to export these models, whenever I said, okay, this is kind of working, I'll try adding finger tracking, because at first I was just trying to see if hand tracking was possible before I tried to do finger tracking. And then when I tried to rig the fingers to it, the whole thing just crashed. It just straight up would not export with VRM. I couldn't even get it, couldn't even test it. Just wouldn't work. So the only tracking that was even remotely possible for a quadruped or non-bipedal model was that you could have hand tracking where your hands could move, but your fingers were locked in place. They could not move at all. And that was barely worth using, honestly. Unless your hand looks like a crab claw or something, it's just straight up not even worth using. So I kind of gave up on Lore Dragon 3.0 for a while, thinking that there was no reason to continue, that if I'm ever going to do a Lore Dragon 4.0, he's essentially just going to be a retexture, and I just kind of kept putting it off. Never really thought there was a reason to do it. But then I was introduced to a video tutorial by Kana. She's another 3D artist, another 3D art VTuber content creator. Very helpful person. She's been doing this for years. She pointed me in the direction of this other video from another creator. I only just learned about him, so I can't quite remember his name, but this video only had 500 views, which is just crazy to me. It makes me think that like this video should have 1 billion views, because everyone should know how to do this, where it introduced the idea of proxy bones, like I explained earlier. You have two skeletons. You have the proxy skeleton, which you're gonna use to register into VRM so that you can actually export your model. And then you're gonna have your model's actual skeleton, which is all the rest of this crap right back here. And you don't export the model, like the model that doesn't get exported as a VRM. What you're actually exporting as a VRM is a completely blank model with nothing on it, just the skeleton. So that means it's completely invisible. And what it does is, what you do is you then bind one bone on your actual model to one of the bones here. So for instance, if I wanted to, let's see, I can actually make a quick example here in Blender. Like if I wanted to make these arms super large, like actual properly sized arms in this armature here, and I wanted to add a rotation constraint from here. Let's see if I can remember how to do that. I haven't used constraints in Blender in a minute. Haven't really had a reason to. Let's see. Wait, no, this one should inherit. Okay, here. All right. Here we go, object constraints. We're gonna give it a rotation constraint. Where is it? Copy rotation, there we go. Copy rotation. Oh, that's copying rotation of an object. We don't want an object constraint, we want a bone constraint. Okay, I might not fully remember how to do this. Okay. It's been a minute since I fucked around with these. I've only ever done these with animations, and I don't do a lot of those. Let's see, data paths. Got it. All right, I think I got it now. Anyways, okay, that's not gonna work. But anyways, here's another way I can demonstrate it. So imagine I only had this bone selected right here, and this was the bicep being controlled by the VRM or your hand tracking or whatever. And I had it set to where this bone rotates at the exact same time and exact same position as this one. So if you rotate this bone up like this, the wing would rotate with it like this. So bare minimum. So originally this would have been super easy, but because you can add constraints in Unity, it's actually really easy to do. In fact, people do this all the time for VR chat. A lot of VR chat or a lot of VR models have constraints on their models that allow them to do all kinds of crazy stuff with bones. Hence why you can have quadruped VR chat models. That's why I offer those as a part of commissions, but I don't offer them as vtuber models because it can't be done yet. Because you can't export constraint, or VRM does not support constraints at all. So you can't do the thing where like this bone not only controls this arm but also controls this bone. Can't be done. But with proxy bones, you don't have a you're not controlling a VRM model. You're controlling an FBX model similar to a VR chat model. So you can have as many constraints as you want now and have full control over them. And now that we can use constraints, I can really do anything now. Now it's like so many doors have opened. Now I'm lost with how many options that I have to creating these rigs. Because now I can make it so that, say, I can add hand tracking that controls the arms. They would look something like this. Along these lines just controls the hands. You know, like if I move my hand around like that, do something along these lines, I can like salute, I can give my hand tracking to my wings this way, salute, give my salute like this, and so on. The only thing is I'd have to be more strategic about how these arms are placed. The bones in the arms are going to have to be set to the exact same rotations to begin with as the bones in the hands. I'm going to have to do a little bit of remodeling anyway. Honestly, now that I think about it, if I'm going to do any remodeling, it'd probably be better for me to do this before I even add crazy textures anyway. Yeah, actually, it's a good thing we started doing this. Oh, wait. Here's the other model. Hang on. That's not right. No, that's not right either. There we go. So this is the model that has those scales. Let's see what they look like real quick. And then I'll close and then we'll get to work on the constraints. This guy, his materials are right here. Yeah, see, he just has a standard Unity shader. We can now change this to Tome, which is a toon shader. Change the lighting to toon. That's not bad. This is what the scales would look like if you gave them an anime shader. Not too bad. I think it looks pretty good, actually. He's only got a 2K texture on his model too, so these would actually look a lot less pixely when you zoom in if we did it on a 4K model. But as you can see, like the majority of this detail is going to be coming from the normal map. I don't think this one even has, yeah, this one's just a normal map. So that's where all of this detail is coming from. But we can probably, just for fun, sometimes if you add details, or like a detail mask, and you put the height map there, sometimes it looks better. So let's see what happens if we do that. I don't think he has a height map, actually. Nope, I think I probably just exported a normal map because I knew it wouldn't work. Oh well. Yeah, this is more or less what it would look like. I'll have to think about that, actually, whether I like this better or if I like the other scales. I don't know. I don't really know. But anyways, I'll have lots of time to think about this. Right now, we need to focus on getting this guy ready to go. And I just realized I was probably covering a good portion of all that while I was demonstrating it to you guys. I'm such a good VTuber. Anyways. Now, if I wanted to give hand tracking, I'm just kind of thinking out loud right here because this is all completely new territory that we're running into here. You're witnessing the invention of what could be the first real quadruped VTuber rig that it truly works. Not just fake works, but actually works. Let's face it, my rig works, but it's like an illusion rig. But like if I wanted to say, take these, and this is just a deal here. So if I wanted to make this work, the problem to begin with is that, again, we're kind of running into the same issue that I had before whenever I could just do hand tracking. If you lower the hands here and try to give this finger tracking, and you try to say have this finger control this finger right here, and they shared the same rotation, see now what happens whenever, well actually I gotta make sure they're on individual origins, there we go. If I rotate along this plane, along this axis, actually, this might work. Actually, no, it wouldn't. Immediately, once you get to an axis that they don't share, you can see that one finger is rolling from side to side while one finger is going up and down. This is where the problem lies. I would have to, if I wanted this to work, what I'd have to do is rotate like the hands out like this, so that his resting position when he wasn't using hand tracking was something along these lines. And even then, it wouldn't work because now these two bones are in a totally different spot. So like if I were to rotate them along this axis, it's fine because they share this axis. But now if you try to, but remember, you're not just moving your hands, you're also moving your forearms. So if I was to move my forearms along the same axis, again, now see how one is flexing the arm and the other one is rotating the arm? That is the problem. So how would you solve it? There is one way that we could solve this pretty easily. If I wanted to, this is gonna look really stupid, or it's gonna look really kind of weird, but I could model my dragon in such a way, this is not going to look good, but this is just kind of like a thought process. I could model my dragon in such a way that he was like in a sitting position, you know, like something like this, where his arms were, you know, down like this. in a seated position or something. Or even something like this. This was an idea that I had workshopped a long time ago where he's like in a sitting position, something like that. Oh my god, this looks so bad. Pooping position. Yeah, basically pooping position. And then I would put his arms in a T-pose like you would see any other model in. Kind of like this. And of course his fingers would also be in a T-pose. I am, after all, I'm a world famous pooper, see? People come from far and wide to see my poops. They are the greatest poops in the world. But yeah, it'd basically be this, where like you'd have the hands all out like that. And it'd also be made into coffee. No, because I don't drink any coffee and I despise coffee. My poops actually get turned into fruit gushers. That's what they used to fill fruit gushers with. But if it's like a really, really long poop, like a really impressive one, they become fruit by the foot. It's true. At least it's not fire poops. No. I breathe enough fire out of my head to, or, you know, breathe enough fire out of my like mouth to not poop it. Feeling better? Awesome. Look what I've done to myself. I've completely contorted myself into an absolute monster. However, something like this would actually be possible. Lava poop? Only if I don't breathe any fire. If I breathe fire, then all the fire is gone and it just comes out as fruit gushers. But yeah, this is another option. We could have him have Lord Dragon 4.0 in a seated position like so. The legs would not be tracked at all. These legs would just be basically the exact same, just kind of in this static position forever. I mean, I probably could do something with them, maybe, but I don't know if I would want to. But yeah, I could. And then the chest, shoulders, biceps, those could be rigged to the proxy skeleton right here. So that whenever these move, and they would be in perfect synchronicity with each other, like this. And then whenever we're in and that's only when we're using hand tracking. But if we're not using hand tracking, like if we turned hand tracking off, then he would go into a pose similar to what we had before. You know, completely on the floor. And then, because it's a proxy, now that it's a proxy skeleton, we can pose him exactly how we want, and he won't be trapped with the whole, like, with the fingers pointing into the ground. Like that problem I mentioned earlier, where, like, whenever the arms are inactive, it would, like, pull them and then just point them straight to the ground. Now we can just have it set to where it's like, bam, this is our resting pose. And then snap, and then press another hotkey, and then bam, hand tracking is activated, and suddenly the arm comes up and moves. With proxy bones, this is now possible for something along these lines. Something like that. And this is now possible with anybody. We can this is the only way that I can imagine giving hand tracking to a quadruped dragon. As we stated earlier, this is pretty much all that we've got. Unless, again, you wanted to have another pose where, let's say, your arms like this are completely out to the side. Like this. Something like that. Completely out to the side. Excuse me. you could do something like this, and it would still work. You see, like the arms would follow each other, the fingers would follow each other perfectly. They would just all that we would have to do then is figure out, okay, I guess, is it possible to? I guess you'd have to press. It would have to be like you'd press a hotkey. Like if I press 1, then it's right hand only. Press 2, it's left hand only. Press 3, it's both hands. And then, but the thing is, once your back feet aren't moving at that point, they would be stuck. You'd be like this, like just kind of floating over yourself like this. Trying to think where your weight would go. Honestly, like Drax was saying, just like kind of hunched over a little bit, maybe. So like, say if I wanted to, not pose mirror, but do something like this, and then you have hand tracking just kind of right here with these two hands. So let's say I press the hotkey that's like left hand only. So like, I'm over here and my left hand's doing its thing. You could do something like this. You can sit here and just bop. Like that. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. So that solves the arm problem. Like, if you wanted to give hand tracking specifically to your front legs, that'd be how you have to do it. Your model on its default pose would have to be posed in a T-pose, and then you can just have it posed however you want as your idle pose, but it would have to be set manually. What else do we have? So the other problem that we would face immediately after that would be how much of the torso is constrained to the skeleton. Like, we've got the arms handled. The arms are going to do their thing, but what if your model's chest moves? You don't really have a way to turn off whether your model's chest moves or not. So like, if you did this, well, I guess it's following the rotation, so it won't matter. But I guess we would have to decide, is the chest bone of the dragon, let's say this was the chest bone of the dragon, following with you? I actually don't know. This is a pickle. This is a pickle, guys. This here is a pickle. It's quite the pickle. Not the Rick kind of pickle. Because one option would be to make it so that this chest bone is like practically as large as your model. I guess it would kind of determine. It would depend on how much control you want to have over it. In the seated position, I can see it working, because from a seated position, the model is going to function very similarly to a human, at least from the navel up. The model still has a chest, the model still has shoulders and arms in roughly the same place, so that whenever your IRL arms and chest move, it will kind of follow that same pattern. But I guess the problem starts is, I guess one of the immediate problems is that if he has a long neck, and you weight paint all the way down from the head to the neck, his neck would be stiff, basically, because every humanoid rig only has one neck bone. So this right here. You have one neck bone. And that's it. So your whole head, hang on, would only move like this. Everything from here up would move just like this. If we constrain the chest, neck, and head to the body. We got pose mode. There we go. And then everything else beneath it would just rotate underneath him. Like mine, like whenever, like the dragon models would do the exact same thing. Like whenever I move my body, or when I move my head, my entire body kind of moves with it. It'd be that, but instead of it being from like the head down, it would be, like chest down, which, you say sweet, but it's actually not, because that means that it would look like your legs were just kind of dangling beneath you. Not super cool, not super great. Thinking. Yeah, hey Cal. Yeah, we're kind of trying to figure out right now what is going to be the best path moving forward. So far, we know for sure that we can get arm tracking on the front arms of a dragon. We also know for sure that we can get it on the wings. Like, so one or the other, can't have it on both, but you can have it on, well, I guess you could, but you definitely could get hand tracking on a dragon and it work. The problem now that I'm running into is whether or not, like for instance right here, it would look something like this. Like this skeleton resembles your actual body. This would be the skeleton of the dragon model itself. It'd be something along these lines. Like that. The problem though is that it's not just your arms and shoulders that control the positioning of your hands, it's also your chest. So like if your chest is pointed in one direction or another, then it could drastically change the accuracy of your hand tracking. So like you have to factor in the V2. Well, let's see if I can get this figured out at all. It might still not be possible, but we're working, we're getting there. We're making progress, for sure. But the issue that we're running into now is if the chest can rotate, meaning that Calfira's chest is too dummy thick. Well, it's not the fact that Calfira's chest is too dummy thick. It's that humans still control, or the humanoid rig still is going to have full control over your model, and it's going to look like it is going to be a humanoid. Think of it as like a human. We're trying to put a dragon-shaped, or we're trying to put a human-shaped skeleton inside of a dragon-shaped body, and the only bones that we have to control that dragon's body is not a dragon's bones, but a human's bones. So we only have these bones to control the entirety of all the muscles on the dragon's body. Human-shaped puppet strings? Yes, kind of. That's all we have access to because of VRM. The proxy bones gives us constraints, which allows us to basically attach, like think of it like you said, like puppeting. You can attach a string from the bicep on this humanoid rig to the bicep on your dragon right here, and then suddenly when this bicep moves forward, so too does the dragon's bone, but they have to be in the same plane, meaning that your dragon's gonna have to also be in a T-pose. Now the problem that have yet to figure out a solution for is if the chest suddenly rotates, because sometimes, you know, VRM models, they rotate along the chest. You know, they rotate sideways, if only just a little bit, maybe about this much. Like if I were to look to my left and I was using a VRM model, or actually let me get me a humanoid model and I can demonstrate that a little bit better. Hang on, make a quick transformation here. This will be a decent example. When I look to my left, and this is a model that doesn't have that much. This is a model that doesn't really have that much control over their chest because I'm using AR kit tracking, and I've yet to make the changes that will allow my body to move very much. Actually, I have it set so that my body doesn't move hardly at all. There, maybe. Now I move too much. See, now my chest moves a little bit more. See how my chest moves, like rotates around, even if it's just a little bit? This small movement right here could drastically affect the positioning of your arm, of your VRM's arm. So like right now, think of it like the arms that I have right now. Having control over the arms on my dragon model behind me. And if I were to rotate like this in this direction, you see now that my arms are changing side to side. So that would mean that no matter what, we're gonna have to have some kind of tracking. Hang on, let me get my arms back down. Praise the sun. Love it, love it. I don't know why my model goes through the floor, but it does. But yeah, we need to pick a bone in our dragon rig here that will correspond with our chest. Now the other issue is that we only have one bone in the neck. I know humans have more bones than that, but in the humanoid rig, we have one. We have one bone to work with. So that means that when you rotate your head, there's a good chance that your neck will rotate with you all the way around. So as cool as this is, it's if we attach the chest to one of the bones of the dragon rig, or you know what, I can. Here's the best. Let me just visualize it a little bit. Now, for one, we're probably not going to need these. We're not going to need these arms anymore. Probably not. Neither are we going to need these fingers. Yeah, probably not. I'm like in hyper-think mode. Mega super thinking mode. Alright, so we're gonna have to make these. Damn it. Merge. There we go. Actually, not sure what that's gonna do. It might actually ruin the whole model, but Yeah, it kind of did, but... The model's actually kind of distracting me. Alright, I know what I have to do. I'm gonna make a copy of this dragon rig and just use that as like a way to kind of screw around with it. I can like rip this dragon model apart and like do what I want with it, but not mess with my original one. Okay. So the original way that the dragon rig worked, again, was it was just attached to your neck, and when you moved your head around, the entire dragon behind you would move. We don't want it to function like that anymore. Not at all. So we're gonna delete, we'll keep the legs and arms same way. We don't need those fake humanoid legs. Probably gonna keep the wings the same. But we're gonna have what are essentially his hips right here. This will be his spine. And connect them right here. All right, and then the tail will come out basically the exact same way. Just kind of, could be as many bones as we wanted it to be. So now the neck constraint would be here on the humanoid rig, which I'm just gonna go ahead and attach the two. They need to be the same object anyway. The tricky bit is that the neck bone is gonna have to go basically all the way down to here. And as we've stated before, the bones have to be on the same level, or they have to be at like facing the same directions more or less, or else the constraints won't work, or at least not like a rotation constraint on their own. Thinking, could I do a position constraint? That's the tricky part. I might actually. We have a rotation constraint, a position constraint. If we could do a position constraint, then it won't matter. What that would mean is that if this bone gets moved up to here, or let's say this bicep gets moved up like this, because like the chest is moving, then we could make it so both of these go. They would both go up like this. And if they had both position and rotation constraints, if they move up like this, they'll both move up together, and if they rotate along their y-axis, they'll both rotate along their y-axis. Perhaps. I don't know, man. There's only one person I know of that could help me with this. Now that we know that we can do constraints, might have to consult with her and be like, yo, I know that you made a freaking awesome centaur rig in VR chat, could you think if using only constraints, could we do that again in VC face? You know what? Let me look at her Centaur model. I have it. I have a copy of it right here. Let me see if there is. All right, we're gonna do something crazy here. We're gonna do something fucking wild. All right, we're gonna do something. We're gonna tread where no man has tread before. We put pony bones. Well, it'll technically be a double griffin. I think that's the original Anytar model, was a double griffin. But they call it a tar rig. Let's see if we go pin. Let's see if I can find it. It's been a minute since I've used this. Been a long time. There he is. Okay. So this is what is called the Anytar rig. The model itself doesn't really matter. It's the rig that we're after. But we might go ahead and use the model because it is a good reference point. So the Anytar rig was made by a YouTuber named Many Blinking Lights. She created this, and it worked as a functional Centaur rig for VR chat. It totally works. I've used it. I've made models using it for VR chat. Seraphis has one. You just kind of have to adjust it to fit your model. So like it doesn't have to look exactly like this, but as you can see, it's a very delicate process. A lot of these bones here have constraints. Trying to remember. Let me see if I go into pose mode here. Can't remember which one of these bones actually controls the others. Or even if it does that here in Blender. Let me see, which layers are there? I'm trying to figure out which bones actually affect things here. Okay, here we are. So there are two skeletons here. There's like, for some reason, I don't really know why, that she's got two overlapping skeletons that do the exact same thing. We got spine again, and then we have regular chest. When you move regular chest, the other one moves too. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to talk to her and just be like, yo, how'd you build this thing? If you can tell me how you built this, then I'll make you a VTuber model. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. She was a genius, dude. This is seriously one of the most impressive rigs I've ever seen. I just need to know how it works so that I can see if I can apply it to VC face. Whee! But I think that's going to be it for tonight, guys. I think I've done just about as much as I can do. I'm starting to get tired and hungry. I didn't even realize it was 9 o'clock here. Holy shit. But I appreciate everybody stopping by, even though a lot of it was experimental. We got Thunder Tome looking pretty good, though. Let's see who's streaming, and then I can go ahead and send y'all their way. I'm hoping, but at least now one thing we do know for sure is that we can get some kind of tracking on our model, on Lord Dragon 4.0. We know for sure that we can get tracking on the arms, but we are going to have to put his arms in a T-pose. It is going to have to be in some kind of T-pose, or else it's just, it's not going to work. Or it's not going to look good. But anyways, y'all have a wonderful day. Let's see who we can send you to. Let's see. Gary Yu is doing art, so we're gonna send you to him. Okay. Yeah. There we go. There we are. All right, everybody. I will see y'all next time. Y'all have a wonderful night. Thank you, Teal. It's always a pleasure having you in the stream. We'll see you next time. Probably won't be streaming tomorrow, but we will be streaming Tuesday, getting back to work on Teal. We're going to see if we can get all of the animations done, and then we're going to put you in Substance Painter because we're going to add some texture to your clothing so they're not just flat colors. Anyways, we'll see y'all next time. Bye.